What is happening, you guys, and welcome to another episode of the Fins Tailgate. I am your host, El Capitan, and today on the Tailgate That Never Stops, we'll go over some of the news, Tuas Luau. Travis Wingfield did a breakdown, introduction, drive time thing with Thomas Morstead, the new punter. Figured we'd watch that. Also on Twitter Spaces and I don't know, just a topic of discussion it seems to be coming up lately. Jets fans, for whatever reason, they're feeling vindictive towards Dolphins fans. They're I don't know, like I think in some ways they know that like everyone's leaving them behind and the Jets are slipping into obscurity and they can't even get like the local media to pay attention to them. So they're, trying to tug on the, pant leg of the Dolphins to get our attention. Like we're looking through and past them in some ways. And they're like, well, you can't because your quarterback sucks. That's their answer. That, Tua doesn't have any answers and Zach Wilson's a better quarterback than Tua. And I can't disagree with that anymore. I would rather have Tua over Zach Wilson 1,000 times over. And the Jets organization is, a 5-6 win organization. They're stuck in like the bottom of mediocrity. They're in that part. And us Dolphin fans, we know what that's like. You know what I'm saying? I look at them and I see Dolphins fans several years ago when we were stuck in this time warp of ever rebuilding and missing out on free agents and, like they're trying to take victories in not signing guys. So I have a video for that as well. But guys, before we get going, make sure you're hitting the like button, coming and checking out all the great content. Tonk 7 TMI Tuesdays live at 9 with color commentary on there with them. Right after that, you got Mike on the Mic with Open Mic. You can catch him again on Saturdays with Drop the Mic, even though it was today he did it. It was just pushed around. Thursday nights is late night color commentary live at 10. And then you guys can always catch El Capitan all the other nights of the week at 10 or around that time. Cash App, Venmo, the Finn's Tailgate. Help support the show. And Super Chat is live as well. Also, guys, make sure that if you're buying any gear for any of the sports you like, make sure you're hitting the link in the description below and going to Fanatics. It helps the show out a ton. And we have our own gear in the link in the description below. So check out that good stuff. Just say hey to everybody in the chat. I see we got Marino's Goat made it in here first, then Mike, California, John, Mob Rule, Jeff, Bill up in this month. Thanks, Bill. I appreciate it. B. George, what's going on? DDG, Brandon in here. We live, baby. That's right. Everybody, thanks for hopping in, getting involved. Chris, what's going on, buddy? Thomas, Miss Finns is right, guys. Hit the like button and subscribe. Please, please. And if you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter, come over to YouTube, subscribe to the channel, help support, get in. What's happening, Roadrunner? I see you, brother. Hey, Lisa, how's it going? Gonna be the year, not a year, the year. That's what we need. Yeah, I like it. So, first things first, guys. Our condolences, as I'm sure everybody is, to Dwayne Haskins' family. It was a tragic, tragic accident. It's really sad. A young man lost his life, and what we don't know too much of the details at the moment, but, you know, it was an accident, and it's sad that, you know, he had passed away. And, you know, I think, and I talked about this earlier on Mike on the Mic show, about Adam Schefter, and I can't, the other guy's name is eluding me, that were insensitive during this time. And people are jumping down their throats and stuff. I get it. People are just upset whenever it's, what's happening, Isaac? Whenever someone passes and it's untimely, people get all kinds of ways about it. It's a real sad thing that the young man, you know, just didn't, you know, he's not around anymore, and people get upset and then they get angry, and then we look for people to blame. And when it's a, you know, something unprecedented, just an accident like this, everybody looks at Adam Schefter and they're like, oh, you weren't sensitive enough. And I'm sure he would agree with you. But attacking him, and I know he's had a track record of doing this before, but he is a news guy, and I'm sure he gets caught up in everything, you know. Kind of caught him off guard like it caught everyone else off guard. So what's up, Lewis? How's it going, bud? You know, it's, I hear you, California. It is heartbreaking. He's only 24 years old. As everybody knows, you know, out of Ohio, a young kid. He's had some trouble in the NFL, but it seemed like he was finding a real nice home in Pittsburgh, and this was going to be a year he was going to get his shot and everything like that. And, you know, he just passed away, and it was just a sad, sad thing. I have an article here from the Miami Herald. I'll go ahead and just go through it real quick. While questions still remain surrounding the death of NFL star Dwayne Haskins, who was struck and killed by a dump truck Saturday morning on I-595 near Lauderdale Airport, one thing is clear: a young life was cut short in a loss that runs deep. Haskins, the 24-year-old quarterback from the Pittsburgh Steelers, was remembered by teammates and coaches as a selfless man who always had a smile on his face. Steelers wide receiver Claypool, who was training with Haskins in South Florida, shared an emotional tweet following Haskins' death. And the tweet said this: "I spent your final moments with you, and I can't help but think of how selfless you were in those moments." Claypool said, "All you cared about was making sure that everyone around you was okay. I can't thank you enough for that. You are what I strive to be." Haskins was walking on a highway for unknown reasons at this time and was attempting to cross the westbound lanes on the Interstate 595 when he was hit by oncoming traffic. Unfortunately, he collided into a dump truck in the Highway Patrol's statement on Saturday. Haskins, he passed away at the scene. The agency declined to answer any further questions about it. Sunday citing it's an ongoing investigation. Claypool, who was overcome by emotion, later tweeted out a video of himself in tears. Haskins has been in South Florida working out with fellow Steelers teammates, getting ready for the NFL season. He had the 1 year. He had signed his 1 year restricted contract with the team back in March. It's Steelers quarterback Ben Roethlisberger, who retired in January after 18 years with the teams, spent the last season sharing a locker room with Haskins, and said Haskins made an immediate impact despite their short time together. I only had the privilege of knowing him for a short time, but in that time, I got to meet a young man that didn't seem to ever have a bad day, Roethlisberger said in a statement. He came to work every day with a smile on his face and energy and love in his heart. I really enjoyed his passion and his love of the game and wanting to learn to be the best. His smile and zeal for life will be missed. Prior to the NFL, Haskins starred at the quarterback position in Ohio State, highlighted by a stellar season, which he threw for 50 touchdowns and led the Buckeyes to a 13-1 season. Head coach Urban Meyer on Twitter had tweeted out, heartbroken to hear about his death. He also said, one of the greatest QBs in Ohio State history, but even better son, teammate, and friend. God bless. So again, guys, just an all-around upsetting, tragic thing to happen to, a young kid. And it sucks. Good Lord calls those home early that are his favorites, as they say. And so we could just, move on and know that, hopefully there'll be some closure coming to the family and the friends and things like that. And try to I know Adam Schefter doesn't deserve any off the hook kind of thing, but I mean, let's not take out the upsetness into anger against a guy that's trying to just do his fucking job, and he's probably just an idiot trying to be first, and you know how it goes, man. So Twitter's just a hostile place like that, so it just brings out the worst in people. It's hard when things are in print, and it's just insane, dude. It's so exhausting. So with that, we'll move on to this Tua Luau, and it was an event, great event. Dolphins know how to throw some good events. I think this is his third time or second time. You guys will correct me in the comments if you will, but Tua's had this before. And Dan Marino showed up because Dan the man shows up places. Everyone gets crazy. Some videos have come out from some of the players and friends and families. And I actually have a video of a little bit of a compilation to show everybody. California says Tua's farewell party. Jeez, California coming in hot. I'll go ahead and play this video real quick so everybody can see a little bit of a compilation of everything that happened there at the. Oops, shit, wrong one.
Crush the deck, dog. Crush the deck.
Dan Marino looking like an old friggin' New York gangster these days. Am I right? Looking like he's ready to broker some deals and shit. And I don't know. He just looks like he's a gangster these days.
Oh, see, that's see, Dan Marino. Dan, you don't even got to invite Dan. Dan just walked in. Oh my gosh, that's Dan Marino.
You could see the starstruck in his eyes because, just look at Tua and how he's just looking around. He's all wide-eyed. I mean, he has more poise on the field with blitzes coming at him and stunts in his face and running around, running for his life. He's got more poise than when Dan Marino comes waltzing up on him at his event. So it's really awesome for the Tua Foundation and holding this event and stuff like that.
That's Dan Marino.
Look at him.
But yeah, that's awesome.
You have to look like one.
All right, so this is a lot of people are talking about this on social media. This is where Mike McDaniel comes up here and does his thing as getting into the whole spirit of the luau.
No, not like that. Yeah, I show you. Watch me. Sound like one like this.
Look at Mike McDaniel's face.
Yo.
If there's one thing Mike McDaniel has is the ability to be that guy. He's just cool, able to fit in any situation and go at it. It's awesome. Jalen Waddle over here doing the thriller. Hold on. Let me back it up. Yeah. So yeah, there was a lot of good stuff coming out of that video. Pretty awesome. They first class Dolphins, as everybody knows, they always host the great parties. Miami, all the athletes are always in here in the off season because we get down, we have a good time. So, and yeah, Mike McDaniel wasn't having a couple, you guys. He is a recovering alcoholic, so I know he was there in clear mind and doing all that under no influence. He's just a quirky kind of guy like that, which I think everyone can relate to, as you know. So, I got Color in the back. Color, you want to hop out? You ready, my guy? Let me see. You ready, Color? What's good? Maybe not. Maybe he's not ready. All right. So the next thing we were going to go over is Travis Wingfield does his Drive Time podcast, and he had Thomas Morstead in. And for all you guys that don't know, Thomas Morstead, we signed him the other day, punter, fill it in. I expected that to happen. We weren't going to roll with Pilardi, and I know that a lot of people are like, oh, we need to go after Matt Ariza. And don't get me wrong, I would have loved that, but it's just not Chris Greer's style. You know what I'm saying? It's not like him to go after a kicker with a third or fourth round pick. It's just not going to happen. It's just not. I knew it wasn't going to happen. So signing this guy, Thomas Morstead, he's good. He's a good punter. And Travis Wingfield does an amazing interview, as he always does. And until I can get the players on the show to come on here, I got to show you someone else talking to him. One of these days, El Capitan will be talking to him. The news on Foster, guys, Isaac, Raul, there hasn't been. I did see that Foster has, I don't know. I'm sure they're looking. I think they're going to wait until after the draft because right now, who knows what the Dolphins are targeting in the draft. Maybe they land one of these linebackers and they don't end up taking Foster. But if, say, we don't take one of these linebackers, I think Foster might be picked up as a guy or at least brought along to potentially have the potential to win the job in training camp. So that could be, you'll see a lot more training camp bodies, but right now there's no contract out on him. Nobody is nothing. I haven't heard a peep about it, but I'll keep you guys informed if I hear that there's something coming down the pike for sure. What's up, Color? You there? Color.
Yeah, how's it going, man? Sorry, still have
What's up,
myself
buddy?
muted.
What's going on, buddy?
I don't know, not much.
Did
A
you catch
long
the
day. How
lo-
about yourself?
Oh man, long life. So, all right. Well, I got this interview with this punter. I'm gonna play for everybody to check out. And what's up, MC or CB MC? Golly, dude, it's been a long night. Let me go ahead and share this Travis Wingfield with the punter interview. It's a long one too. Like usually Travis does short ones, and this one was pretty long. So.
Drive Time podcast on the Miami Dolphins Podcast Network, and I'm joined today by new Dolphins punter Thomas Morstead. Thomas, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm great. Glad to be here.
Glad to have you in. So here in Miami, how does it all feel to be signed with the Dolphins and be a Miami Dolphin now?
I'm super excited to be here. There's not too many places. When I was looking at where I could potentially end up, this was kind of choice 1A, 1B with one other team. So I'm fired up. My kids were excited. This was their 1A choice. So I'm excited. My family's excited about being here.
What was the big draw for them?
Well, my oldest son specifically, he loves fishing. And so that was exciting to get out here for that. And, last year was, I had a rough 2020, had to overcome some things. And getting back on the saddle last year required me being gone. I signed mid-season with the Jets, and then halfway through the year, I also was with the Falcons for the rest of the year. And it was just what was required for me to get back in, get my foot in the door, and show teams that I'm back to kind of being myself and being an elite player in this league. And so that's just what was required. And I was away from the kids. So we were certainly not interested in doing that again this year. And so a huge part of where I was going to end up was, what were the kids going to be excited about? And can we make this a fun adventure for them? They're old enough to kind of know what's going on now. So we want them to be excited about what's happening, and because it'll be a lot of change for them. And so this was their number one choice. So
one of the untold stories of football life is, how these guys, not all of them are superstars, and they certainly don't get to choose where they want to go sometimes. A lot of these guys got to take what they got to take. And, the pressure it puts on their family, and they've got children, and, punters aren't known for making millions of dollars. I'm sure he's made plenty of money, but it costs plenty of money to be these guys as well, and there's nothing like the money I'm sure they get from being a football player versus to wherever they can parlay it into other things in their life. So I can only imagine that young, a man with family and kids, hell yeah, definitely would love to come and play in Miami. It's a place where kids alike will love to be. You know what I'm saying? So
it's good.
My daughter loves the beach, so plenty of things to do down here. It's a lot of fun. So you talk about your career a little bit there. You were a 5th round draft pick, and anytime a specialist is drafted, it usually speaks pretty highly of their abilities and skill sets. Now you're heading into year 14. Is that kind of, when you hear that, do you think like, wow, it's the journey I've been on? It's kind of unbelievable.
It is. It definitely is. I was a tryout player in college for a few years, and the dream was to play on a Saturday one day, and then I discovered the weight room, and
and boy, did he discover the weight room. For all you guys that don't know, Buddy squats like 750, does fly chest single weight 125-pound flies. I mean, the guy is a freaking shit brick house of a punter, and it'd be nice to watch him come up and lay out a couple of hits.
I saw a significant change in my body and how far the ball was going, how high it was going. And all of a sudden, towards the back end of my college career, I was like, I think I could have a chance to play in the NFL. And, was fortunate that the Saints took a chance on me. They traded up into the 5th round to come get me, and had an awesome career there. We still live there. It's home.
Boom.
And, you know, I'm grateful to everybody in that organization. They were very good to me. And so, you know, I'm just excited to be here. And I never thought I'd go anywhere else, but, you know, things happen, and you know, you decide if you want to keep going or how important things are to you. And, you know, I love playing the game. Love all the
You know, shave his head. He looks like Pat McAfee.
The team
He
camaraderie.
does kind of.
and,
Maybe it's a punter
just
thing.
being part of a team and being depended on in critical moments is something that not a lot of people get to experience in any type of job. And so, you know, to be a part of that is exciting, and to feel how strongly this team wanted me to be here was also exciting. And so I'm looking forward to hopefully proving them right on taking a chance on me.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to replicate the.
So I didn't know the team was pursuing Morstead as hard as now I'm getting wind of. Like, I did hear that the Dolphins, you know, there was all that Matt Ariza talk, and people were like, oh no, we need Matt Ariza and la la la. And I was hearing that the Dolphins were not drafting a punter. They weren't going to get it, and they were going to go get a punter now. And I didn't hear any names. I had no idea that Thomas Morstead was so sought after, but apparently now we're hearing that the Dolphins were targeting him all along. So, which is good, because again, for me, I don't like spending big money on punters. Not that I don't think it's an unimportant position, but you catch my drift. You know what I'm saying? Like, this team has done well in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. You know, these lower rounds, we've done very good at finding talent that plays football that in some ways, you know, overplays their draft value. So, I mean, Van Ginkel's a 5th round pick, ladies and gentlemen. So, not that a punter's less valuable than Van Ginkel, but he's less valuable. You know, let's just be fucking real here.
Competitive juices you get from playing sports. You can't beat that anywhere else.
Yeah.
You talk about being with the Saints, you know, joining a couple of former teammates here in Miami now with Teron Armstead and Teddy Bridgewater. What can you tell us about those guys?
Well, Teron is, you know, he's been the consummate professional. Every box you could look to check for as a team, as far as what you're looking for in a person and a player, he checks the box. So, you know, we have a little thing going. We always refer to each other as the real T-Stead because we once got confused in a medical thing. So, anyways, I'll be excited to have a little bit of familiarity with a few guys. You know, only spent a little bit of time with Teddy, but he was he became beloved in New Orleans in his time there.
Everybody loves Teddy Bridgewater,
he was a great
man.
teammate,
Lovable
and,
guy.
I know he's a new dad here recently, and I'm excited to be around both those guys. They're great human beings.
Teron had the T-Stead chain when I did the podcast with him. I don't see, was that yours he was borrowing, or was that?
No, you know, I haven't had one of those made yet, so I may have to borrow that. See if I can get I'd like to kind of do a, you know, like a throwback picture of just his press conference, whatever it was a week ago, and maybe borrow the chain and get that same 13 jersey on and see if I can replicate it.
That's incredible. I hope you can. That'd be fun to see. So you talk about, you know, wanting to be here. The Dolphins want you here. You met Coach McDaniel already. What's your first impression of him?
Yeah, he's obviously an incredibly intelligent guy. You know, I did a little research on him before showing up to the meeting, you know, just so I was a little bit prepared. And from the videos I'd seen of him before, you can tell he's a very, very smart guy. And, you know, the thing that I like about any coach or player is if you're authentic and you're yourself, and you can help the team win, you'll be accepted. And so
preach.
You know, he doesn't seem like he's putting on a show for anybody. He's just being himself. And I think as long as he does that, you know, his ability as a coach and as somebody who's going to develop plays and do all the things that he has to do, I'm sure it'll shine through as he's here. I really enjoyed meeting with him. And
then your position coach,
you know, in some ways, being such a younger coach as McDaniel is with all these veterans, you could think, oh, you know, there could be mutiny. We've seen things like that happen. Too young of a coach got older veterans in there. There's like this butting of heads. Doesn't seem like that's anything in our future, though. It seems that Mike McDaniel has a real comfortability with people. He preaches about it a lot too, about what he views as how is the best way to be a coach is to be the people person and understand them and, listen and, don't just, you actually hear people. You don't just listen to them. You actually hear them and take into consideration what it is they're telling you. And also with this comes a real relationship. So when it comes time to ask them to do things for you, they're going to be more, receptive in more ways. So it's always been very consistent from the players of what I hear back from McDaniel. And in the little bit we get to see of them, seems like we're going to be all right in that department. Which is why I set our expectations very high, guys, because everything seems to be being put in place on this season, and the money being thrown around. This just doesn't seem like a regular, hey, a building season. This seems like a built for a reason season. Rhyming all over this muh.
Our specialist coach Danny Crossman. What about him?
Yeah, I would say that's the biggest reason for me being comfortable being here. We sat down for a number of hours the other day and got to know each other, got to know the language that we're going to use, how he coaches things and expectations, and we're on the same page. So that's all you can ask for. I've had some really outstanding special teams coach relationships, and I've had some not so outstanding ones, and the difference in performance can be significant, and it really matters who you're dealing with and who, how they operate, and are we working together?
We know Danny Crossman's fucking fire-ass special teams coach.
We point our guns at the same direction, and so I would say he was the biggest reason for me being here, was just that comfort level with him, getting to know him, and I'm excited to get to work with him.
Yeah, he's the best. Danny's the very best. So one part of the game that I think is the least studied, and this is just my opinion, but is holding on field goals and PATs. And one thing we do on the podcast here is like to educate, and I think who better to get to
see. And look, Travis, being the nice guy that he is, because let's face it, guys, Travis is not the controversial type. He's a very, he's a builder up kind of guy, and then great at it too. What basically Travis is saying is the last punter we had sucked at holding kicks, and it made our great kicker have problems. So, and he wants him to break down the importance of this position. So, I mean, nice try, Travis, but we all know what you really meant. Pilardi fucking sucked at holding the ball, and it hurt our Pro Bowl money fucking kicker.
So one part of the game that I think is the least studied, and this is just my opinion, but is holding on field goals and PATs.
Yep.
And one thing we do on the podcast here is like to educate, and I think who better to get to educate us on holding than Thomas Morstead. So just kind of take us through the finer points of holding in the kicking game.
Yeah, so the snapper, Blake, will throw a ball to me, and I'm going to catch it. I'm going to put it on the ground. And then our kicker, Jason's going to make it, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of detail to it. I would say a big thing, it's a very process-oriented thing for me as a holder, because I'm kind of the quarterback of the play. I'm kind of, typically anyways, you're the quarterback of the play, running everything.
Yeah, you call the snap.
And it's so much of it I found is about rhythm and timing and making everything feel exactly the same to your snapper and to your kicker on every single rep. And, it's really kind of a thankless job, which is fine. But, it's you're only ever highlighted if you either run a fake or you botch something. And so try not to do that, but I think it's like anything. You just stay in your process.
Routine.
You really have to figure out what your kicker wants and what's important to them, right? Some guys are more particular about certain things than others. And so it's just about getting to know your guy. And my job is to create an environment for both of those guys that they feel confident and comfortable at all times. And if I can do that, then I'm doing my job, and I'm going to get out of the way. And hopefully if Blake's doing his thing and Jason's doing his thing well, I'm kind of an intermediary. I'm moderating, if you will,
Facilitating.
and so it's just to kind of, I guess, not be seen, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. I think we had Keon Cross in here. He's a special teams ace here with us. And I talked to him about Deion Sanders. Used to always say on the NFL Network highlight show, like, we're only showing the punt highlights if there's a big play or a mistake. So it's kind of how it goes that way. So 12 years with the Saints. Last year, you end with the Jets after a stint with the Falcons as well.
Yeah. Being with the Jets and the Falcons last year especially, would make you question your career and really, try to figure things out. And I'm sure that's why he's grateful to be here on the Dolphins, because Jets and Falcons last year, I mean, that's just got to suck. And that's where you're bouncing around as far as NFL goes.
Jets first, then
Jets
Falcons
first,
second.
Falcons. My apologies.
Yep.
So I was curious because, you'll possibly have some games here with the Dolphins up in the Northeast in December, Thanksgiving holiday, like around when the weather gets kind of crummy. Was it a good chance last year for you to get an experience kicking in some bad weather?
Yeah. I mean, I played up in Buffalo right towards the end of the season, and that was kind of an extraordinary game. It was snowing and windy and cold, and I had never played in a game quite like that. But it's more than anything, it's about, I've played in every kind of scenario other than snow up until that point. And so, it's, when I was a young player, I used to check the weather every day and kind of was
That's a nice punt right there.
And, I've seen and done it all. And, their guy has to play in it too.
Right.
So you can't get caught up in keeping a certain stat line up throughout the year. You just need to provide value and take what's there and make the plays that are there to be made when you have the chance to make them. And you can't do anything more than that. And I think it's all about providing value to your team on game day. And sometimes a 40-yard average is a great game. Sometimes it's you're playing a great returner and the coach is asking, hey, we need this ball out of bounds every time. And that's a standard. Sometimes a 50-yard average wasn't a good game. It just depends on what.
That's something I was saying. I was trying to ask people when there was a lot of the Matt Ariza talk. Is I see a lot of the highlights of kids cranking them. You know what I'm saying? But there's a whole other game played by punters where having a 50-yard average isn't always a good thing. You want it to be where you want it to be. You want it to come back. You want to put it in a corner. Sometimes you're just kicking it out of bounds just to get away from certain playmakers that are kickoff returners. It's a whole different game being played in the NFL than the conference that Matt Ariza was playing in, where they're backed up out of their end zone a lot, and he's cranking that fucking ball 70 yards.
Nobody in the NFL is going to let a punt go over their head to roll down for another extra 30 yards. You know what I mean?
Well, you also know that in some of these leagues, or excuse me, against some of these opponents, you crank that ball, 10 yards further than guys are used to running. Now your dudes have run 70 yards to catch a guy who's been standing there waiting for the ball, who's elite. So then all he's got to do is shake and bake and move. And now he's past everyone. Everyone's trying to catch up. And we're going to run 150 yards, catch the son of a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Running back and around. No, it's just a straight shot. So there's intricacies in the punt game that, it doesn't always mean, don't get me wrong. The kid is great. I'm sure he's going to be a great punter, but can't average 60-something yards and always think it's good. In fact, a lot of times it might be a bad average. This is why statistics and numbers, even in every position.
Yeah, think
in
about
every position.
You're on it, Chris. What if you got a 65-yard average? Well, and you've punted, 10 times a game. Well, that means you're punting 10 times a game from your own 30.
Yeah, exactly. So it's exactly, Jeff. I don't want to take away from Matt Ariza, but I don't see the super value in a third round pick. I just can't. I can't think of it. All I think of is Tampa Bay taking that kicker in the second round who fucking sucked, and it was all this pressure put on him, and he was so good for Florida State forever. A kid was straight cranking him, and then he gets picked in the second round, and he's been terrible. So
CT says we got faster gunners this season. Like, real? No, come on, man.
CT, you sound crazy, bro. Now we're literally putting a lot of energy into
This is the
far
NFL, which
punts.
means not for long when you're running up and down the field like that.
So I think if a team has Matt Ariza and he cranks a 68-yard punt, 70-yard punt to Tyreek Hill, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen when a guy that has elite speed and stuff like that has extra room? He's got the ball. All these guys got to run forever to get to him. Then he's running the other direction. If they don't get him upon, first of all, there's no way your guys, unless he's got 9 seconds of hang time, which, hey, if this guy can hang time 9-second fucking 70-yard punts, then he's the strongest leg to ever walk the earth. Don't let that son of a bitch kick in your shin. He'll shatter the shit out of it. But
front kick a hole in your chest.
Yeah, I'm not saying the kid ain't good, and I'm not saying he won't be good or respected. Fuck, he might make it to the damn Pro Bowl next year for all I know. I just don't want to give up a 3rd-round pick for it. That's what I do know.
What the coaches are asking you to do, and not having an ego. I think if you can, I had kids years ago now, so I've lost my ego a long time ago. So I think once you lose your ego, it's just about doing what's best for the team, and that's all it is.
Yes, context is always very, very key. And
yeah,
you talk about that, and I get the veteran kind of experience from you there in that standpoint. This is a pretty young team that you're coming here with the Miami Dolphins.
I know who my gunners are, CT. You don't have to explain to me, Crossman. I watched him when he played in New York, and I see who it is. I know who our gunners are, bro. Don't act like that. I'm saying that I don't value punters in the 3rd round. I don't give a fuck what they do. Kickers either, for that matter. I need players. I don't need a guy who plays 10 snaps a game in the 3rd round. I don't give a shit. And if he's playing more than 10, that's because I drafted him in the 3rd round when I should have drafted somebody else. That's the real problem.
Dolphins, but you have the elite distinction of being, now I hope I'm not stepping on your toes here, but the most veteran player on the roster, the oldest guy.
Yeah.
You're the old guy now. So how will you approach that leadership role you have here, not just with the specialists, but across the roster as someone that has so much experience and wisdom in this league?
I know what he's not going to be doing.
I think the best.
What's he not going to be doing?
Running up and down the field and acting like a linebacker.
This guy, I don't know. He's pretty fucking huge, this one.
When it's called for, but not like people are thinking.
I don't know, bro. This guy is fucking strong, and I've seen him lay the wood on a couple of mofos. I like it when I see a kicker up into a guy. That's fucking hilarious to me.
The way to talk about that is to say, hey, I don't go, at least this very infrequent, am I going down and hitting people, right? So I'm not sacrificing my body in a similar way that a lot of other guys are expected and do. I think the world of anybody that plays in this league. It's a demanding league. And so I've never been a rah guy. I work my ass off when I train with the team. I think guys will see that. They're going to see a strong older guy. They're going to see a strong older guy and a guy that runs well and a guy that's going to train hard.
Hell yeah.
And so that's one of the ways I try to earn my stripes. And then obviously performing well on game day is a huge thing. You've got to get it done, and guys need to know they can depend on you. And those two things are critical. As far as the other stuff goes, I feel like one of my roles for a number of years now has been to
second team All-Pro honors in 2012
to speed their learning curve up quicker than it otherwise would happen. And it's unique because once I learn how Coach Crossman coaches and the technical terms that he uses and how he does his philosophy with all those guys, I can then kind of be another voice and help guys hopefully get them moving along a little quicker. And I have a huge vested interest, not only from a team standpoint, we want everybody doing well, but selfishly, I want guys that are out there that know what they're doing. Because, there's a punt is not just catch it and smack it down the field and pray that somebody makes a tackle, right? Yeah,
it is. It's precisely what it is.
No, there's not. No, there's not. He's talking about you need everyone knowing that, look, if the kick is going.
I was thinking of the deep pass. I'm sorry.
If you're kicking the ball and it's going to the left, you want to make sure your guys are going to the damn left. You need a guy who can put it where you want it, not just boot it where he can get it.
Session, right? It's choreographed, but there's chaos, right? And so if everybody's again, on the same page and everybody understands what everybody's role is, you have a greater chance for success. And so I'll hope to be a resource for all those guys. And then last way, I think just, being somebody that has, been fortunate to play in this league a long time and save money. And, I love getting with younger players and making sure that they're not being foolish with, the financial opportunity that they have, and just helping them along with that and how to think about things and make sure you have
That's another thing too. He is a veteran. He has a family. He's been around, had success, Super Bowl winner. He kicked the onside kick in the Saints game that helped him flip the whole script and win that game. He's seen some shit, and that's about enough from out of a punter, I think, anyhow. It's good to have that on there. There's some turnaround on the team, and maybe we see Jason Sanders the best we've ever seen him because of a guy like this. Color, you got a little bit of feedback, so that's
really?
just a little bit. So, all right, I'm gonna tell everybody real quick to make sure that you're hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter. Come over and subscribe on YouTube. Check out Tonk 7's TMI Tuesdays live at 9 with color commentary on there with him. Right after that, you got Open Mic with Mike on the Mic on Tuesdays. And then you can catch him again on Saturdays at 10. Thursday nights, late night color commentary, as everybody already know. And then you can catch the Finn's Tailgate every other night of the week. Cash App, Venmo help support the channel. And you guys can also support the channel through Fanatics, hitting the link in the description, or purchasing any of our gear. Super Chat is live. Everything, everybody, alrighty. So hit the like. Just give the like a good old lick the like button, everybody. So I've been on some Twitter spaces up and down this week. Seen some tweets, and Jets fans were real silent after the Dolphins signed Tyreek Hill. They were very, very quiet because they heard for a minor moment that, they're in play for Tyreek. Now, for everybody who doesn't know, the week before the Tyreek Hill trade, we were getting word through some of the sources that the Dolphins were looking to trade for Tyreek. And before that, we were hearing about Debo and DK. But then all of a sudden they were like, oh, Tyreek Hill. And I was like, no fucking way. No way. And I didn't even believe it. And I even said on there, like, there's just no way that I'm finding this and that it's going to happen. I just can't imagine it. And then Friday I hear it and I was like, all right, this might happen. Next thing you know, Monday morning, we got the guy. But in that small period of window on the weekend, Jets fans got a little tickle in their pickle thinking that they were going to get him, which really what it was is they tried to get a little more out of the trade from the Dolphins, which the asking price for Tyreek ended up going down because the Niners and Debo looked like that was really going to happen. And then the asking price for Tyreek got traded or changed, and then bam, it went and happened real quick. Not that the door is closed on Debo. We'll talk about that a different time. But, there was this silence from the Jets fan base. They feel like they're hanging their heads low. They got all jazzed up because they got CJ Uzman and stuff like that. And, it's been real quiet from Jets as far as Twitter and things like that. And then all of a sudden Jets started popping up and they're talking. And then now they're feeling froggy. The draft is coming up. They got the 4th pick in the draft. They're looking at what they have and overvaluing what they're gonna be in a sense from free agency. And I have right here a little bit of the Jets free agency, which to me looks a lot like Dolphins free agency of yesterday. When we felt good about what we were doing as a 6-win Dolphins team and who we get in the building and think, oh, we're going to get better, when it really was not too much. So they signed Laken Tomlinson, which was somebody we thought was a good offer. We were looking at him, but the Jets paid him a hell of a lot more money to go there. So we see that. And then the next person they signed was Braxton Berrios, which I think we all liked Braxton Berrios. I certainly would have loved to have him in Miami. But I think the Jets, they gave him a 2-year, $12 million deal with 7 guaranteed. Then they re-signed Trevor Coleman or Tevin Coleman, which, keeping your players, not even ones that we think are, really big impact players. This is when they finally signed somebody of impact. It was the tight end who just went to the Super Bowl. Did get injured, but they signed him anyhow. CJ Uzman, who was a great tight end, especially in the playoffs. He looked great. Gave him a 3-year, $24 million deal. Then they agreed to terms with DJ Reed, the cornerback out of Seattle. I think they way overpaid him though with 3 years, $33 million. I don't know the guaranteed on that, but then they get Jordan Whitehead from the Bucks. It's these are guys that are okay football players, but to me, this isn't like a big to crow and write home about and stuff. Oh, and Aurora Void, thank you so much for the super chat, my guy. I love what you're doing, Chris. Thanks for the content. You're welcome, my brother. That's why I'm here. That's why we do this. We love to do it, and it gets quiet in between the no season, so we're gonna do everything we can to keep it entertaining and fun, and try to keep it fresh. Much obliged, my man. So yeah, they Jordan Whitehead, which I'm not trying to dog on these guys, but these are just guys. Nathan Shepard, they re-signed. I mean, their team hadn't, they re-signed a couple of their guys, Dan Freely, which I thought is okay, like Joe Flacco to a 1-year deal. Now they did sign Tyler Conklin, which, okay, they've got good tight ends, and that's kind of where it leaves us now. Is they're and then they've signed some defensive players in March for like rotation guys, no different than like John Jenkins per se, guys that they're going to want to play more of a role, but guys that to us aren't really, it's not like a Tyreek Hill signing, So what I'm hearing is a lot of Jets fans crowing and feeling good about themselves because they're getting ready to go into the draft. They've got the 4th overall pick. They've got some other stuff. But, yeah, that's right. Eric Rowe's got to step up a little bit. I think if he's going to stay on this football team, he's got to make sure to not lose his job to some of these younger guys coming for him. But, I seen this tweet, and essentially this is where Jets fans are starting to feel emboldened. They're looking at their quarterback and looking at ours and thinking, oh, they bought all these weapons for someone who's never going to use them properly, that the Dolphins are wasting all this money. And I don't feel like that's I can't get on board with that. Now, granted, I have my reservations about Tua, but I mean, if there's anybody in the NFL as young as Tua that's had weapons like this, it's very few teams. He actually in college had top tier weaponry with speed. So if there's anyone that's going to be able to navigate these guys flying around all over the field, it is him. And there's not going to be that growing period where if you gave Zach Wilson Tyreek Hill, you're going to see missed targets, underthrown or overthrown balls, because Zach Wilson played for BYU. He ain't never had nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? He's played backyard football. To become a professional and change with scheme and everything, it's he would be the guy that doesn't know how to use them. So there was a little bit of shit talking on Twitter, and I'm going to pull this video up from Twitter right now. And it had stretched over into like Twitter Spaces, but essentially,
Oh, what a scramble!
Essentially, it's talking about, remember how Zach Wilson made the entire Dolphins team look like a bunch of losers, pretty much.
Everybody else manned up. 4-man rush. Here comes the blitz. Wilson trying to escape. And a great job of escaping, diving for the first down.
Now, okay, he did shake and bake all over the defense for a first down in a game that they ended up losing. You know, I remember the play. They lost that game.
4-man rush. Here comes the blitz. Wilson trying to escape. And a great job of escaping, diving for the first down.
And listen, I don't want to kick Wilson around, but bro, there's just no way. The Jets will win maybe 8 games, maybe. I don't know. I don't see them winning more than 8 games, Color. So they haven't done enough.
I agree.
And probably one of those wins will come against the Patriots, because I don't think the Patriots have done enough either. I really feel like the Dolphins have put themselves.
They really do feel like us like 5 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I know what they're doing. They're like tugging at our pant leg going, hey, wait, Dolphins, we're looking up to better things around here. They're like, hey, don't forget about us, Dolphins. We're like, who the hell, like your kid brother or something? You're like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, they picked up Gase after us.
Yeah,
and,
they're feeding on the scraps of a losing team for years, and now we've said it's to hell with them and moved on to better things. And John's right; they're gonna win 6 fucking games, bro. They're just they're done. And no, Josh, I wouldn't call it a lucky play. The kid did a good play. What's a good play help you in a season?
They'll probably snake a couple key wins against teams they shouldn't, but for what? To what end? Just like we used to. Like, to what
That's
end?
right. They're come week 11 or 12, they're thinking about spoiling, not about getting into the dance or looking at spoiling other people's chance to get in the dance. So,
of course, we just probably created their entire bulletin board for next season,
Oh no, I'm sure.
Whatever.
I'm sure. And look, I don't want to take cheap shots at Jets fans, but stop pulling on my pant leg and trying to get my attention when you know you ain't going to no playoffs. You stand no shot against no Dolphins. You stand no shot to really do anything, and that's okay. We've been in this position. I empathize with it. In a tweet, I said that back to that video I just showed you. I was like, it's sad because we used to look at Jets week as this big rivalry. Now it's just a game we're looking through. We're checking off that. We're going, when we're looking and picking wins and losses, we're like, win. You know what I'm saying? There's no Jets Dolphins week. We don't get to see Fire Marshal Bill or whatever the hell his name is getting crunk out there trying to, hate on them. They're living in remembering years of Mark Sanchez. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it would be funny if the Patriots got swept by the Jets. It would be hilarious. So I don't want to say I do, though. I kind of feel sorry or sad for the Jets because I know where they're at in the pantheon of NFL teams, because that's where we were for a long time. I don't know, boring? Is that the word? Boring? Or just,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's
that's generally how you could describe the Jets.
It's boring. They're on Twitter Spaces right now, getting jacked up, pumping each other up about tight ends, about signing tight ends.
Ma, we gonna go watch the Jets?
Hey, Ma, we're gonna watch the
why
Jets
not?
with their new tight ends. Just go at them. So it's a sad existence for the.
Now we're just dragging New Yorkers, bro.
Well, they're not. It's not the New York Jets anyhow. And you know what else I hear on them is that they're basically dogging the Giants, which that's why they feel okay, because they look and they go, well, at least we're not as bad as the Giants. Well, 4 wins.
Well, I mean, with what they got to smell on the way to the stadium, no wonder it smells like roses when they get in there.
I know. Let me say something. Fire Marshal Bill coming up in his butt. So, now for everybody who doesn't know, Greeny, who's ESPN's Greeny, he's a Jets fan, and this is kind of what opened up the topic for me to talk about. Not that I was listening to Jets versus Dolphins spaces on Twitter, which honestly, Jets fans and Dolphins fans get along pretty good on Twitter. They don't go at each other, and I like the respect. They do have some shit talking, and they talk about old times, but there is some mutual respect. There's more respect amongst Jets and Dolphins fans than there is amongst Dolphin fans and Dolphins fans. Let me just tell you that, because in a lot of places, some of these spaces are dicks. They don't even let, other Dolphins fans in on their spaces. That's how weak these fuckers are, where they'll have Jets and they'll talk Jets and they'll go at each other. And yeah, there might be some, like, again, I said heated argument, but people are really civil, unlike how we kind of treat ourselves at times, which is fucking ridiculous if you ask me. But Greeny is basically talking about the Tyreek Hill hire and how he, as a Jets fan, is, I don't want to say, he kind of doesn't dog the Tyreek Hill hire, but he kind of does at the same time. He takes a shot at Tua too, you know what I'm saying? But he realizes what a lot of Jets fans don't, that signing Tyreek Hill would have hurt them, not only because their quarterback would have, struggled to work with the guy. I'm sure they would have got it figured out at some point in time, even if he just chucked it up and Tyreek went and got the damn thing. That would take a 6-win team and get them one more win. Now they're just wasting all their cap space. They've given up all these draft picks that the Dolphins have to give. You know what I'm saying? We were able to afford a guy like him, cap space wise, where we're at as far as wins and losses go. We did it with an offense that was lackluster, to say the least. We've had 2 winning seasons off of good defensive performance, pretty much. So we're talking a better offense put together in here, and we figure this bitch out, and we got fucking weapons now. So people need to watch out. Dolphins be coming for that. We coming for that cake. We're gonna take a piece of that. So I'm gonna play this video of Greeny, a sore Jets fan, but more of a realistic Jets fan at that.
Chris, while you run that, I need to reboot my computer. I'll be right back.
All right, bud. So here we go. Everybody, make sure you're hitting the like button.
Thank goodness the Jets didn't trade for Tyreek Hill.
Right there. That statement right there is a loser mentality. Sorry. And I'm not taking a shot at Greeny. I don't mean to take a shot at him. I'm just talking about his Jets in general. Thank God I didn't get Tyreek Hill. That's a bad place to be. Thank God we're not there. We didn't look at it and go, oh, man, we just wasted all these picks and all this money on Tyreek Hill. We look at it and go, oh, man, we just got a perfect weapon for Tua. That's what we looked at it and thought.
Thank goodness. Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. I'm on my vacation. I'm in beautiful Aspen, Colorado. I got a ski trip. I'll talk a little later about why this was a very emotional week for me, with my kids being in college now and everything, and having that week of family time, something that...
Get on it, Greeny. Quit stalling.
They're so precious. So I'm trying to enjoy this week. And Colorado is my favorite place in the world. I will retire there someday. I love it there. And all of a sudden, I made a point. I made it on the flight there. I said to Stace, I'm not going to be plugged in this week. I'm not going to be checking Twitter. I'm going to look once or twice a day at my email and just make sure there's no fires I need to put out. But
I didn't understand where he was going with this. Like, does he think good they didn't do it because he was on vacation? Because if that's the case, Jets fans who are fans of Greeny, and he claims to be the Jets fan, Greeny, he's obviously not a good Jets fan. He's happy that y'all didn't get the Jets, so he couldn't report, or he didn't get a Tyreek Hill, so he couldn't report on it. Sounds kind of selfish, Greeny, I gotta say.
Bottom line, I'm going to sort of really remove myself. And then what day did the Tyreek thing happen? Whatever day that was, Tuesday, Wednesday of last week, I start getting inundated with people telling me the Jets are about to mortgage their entire future for Tyreek Hill. And
their entire future. What future? They have no future right now.
I swear to you, this is true. It's because you might say, oh, it's easy to say now, Greeny, that Tyreek didn't want the Jets or they didn't get him. I would have been furious if the Jets had mortgaged all of their future. Miami traded 5 draft picks and pays this guy $30 million a year. This is not about how good Tyreek Hill is or isn't. He's great. He is.
So look, and we know what it is. It's a first round pick, which was the 29th pick. It's, you know, it is a first round pick, but when you're picking the 29th pick, it's really, you're getting a guy, you know, that's where like running backs get picked, really, because you get a running back for those 5 years under that first year deal or something to this effect. You know, not that there's not great first round picks that come at 29th, but I think even us Dolphin fans were like, let's trade it back, get more value. You know, it's not like we were hoping one of these superstars were going to fall in our lap at 29. So giving that first round pick a second, a fourth, and then a fourth and a sixth in 2023 up for Tyreek Hill, from where we stand with our football team and what we have in the bank paying $30 million a year, this is a no-brainer for us. But the Jets, where they stand to build, and Greeny kind of touches onto this, but it kind of sounds like he's saying we paid too much in some ways, which I hope Tyreek is listening.
Is a great player. He makes any team he is on better. But the team that should trade for Tyreek Hill is a team that is Tyreek Hill away from winning something significant. The Jets are as far from that as you can be. The Jets with Tyreek Hill would have gone from a 6-win team to a 6-win team.
Damn, not even one more win. Damn, he's really kind of taking shots at Tyreek if you think about it, bro. I mean, damn, Tyreek, which I don't blame Tyreek. I wouldn't have fucking wanted to go to New York either. I mean, dollar for dollar, it's still not the same amount with the taxes alone. And pretty sure the ball spins the same way, which it doesn't, from Tua, because that's the joke. He throws with his left and his right. My point is that who's the more competitive team? You can make the money and be on the better football team. This was a no-brainer, guys, for Tyreek. The Jets had no shot.
All they would have had to have traded and tying up all of that salary cap space in a player, in a skill position player, in a league where the value of that is being diminished every single day because there's so many of them left and right. I am thrilled that the Jets did not trade for Tyreek Hill. And you didn't hear from me on it on Twitter because it didn't happen.
Hold on a second.
And you didn't hear from me on it on Twitter. I am thrilled.
What did he just...
In a league where the value of that is being diminished every...
So he basically is saying that the value in which the Dolphins paid for a skill player of Tyreek Hill skill, which is 1 in a million, the only other one you can count to be potentially Tyreek Hill is the guy we've got on the football team. We discussed this. So he's basically saying because skilled position players are coming in by the dozens and picked in the first round all the time, I don't know what the fuck Greeny's talking about here. He's kind of crazy.
Because there's so many of them left and right. I am thrilled that the Jets did not trade for Tyreek Hill. And you didn't hear from me on it on Twitter because it didn't happen. But I assure you, had the Jets made that deal, I would have been dismayed by it. So let me get the opinions of the assembled members of the hashtag crew. First off, Hembo, am I right or wrong? Should I have wanted...
I mean, I don't know. I stopped watching the video after this. I thought he was just out of his mind. But what the hell is he talking about? This is a Tyreek Hill. This guy's a gold jacket member one day. He's ridiculous to think that. I bet you I would like to see what Kansas City gets with all those picks in value of Tyreek Hill. If they take all of them and find one more Tyreek Hill, then it'll be worth it. That's the kind of the point of all those picks. You can find good players. You can't find Tyreek Hill.
Did Tyreek Hill?
No, you should not have wanted Tyreek Hill. When a trade like this happens, ask yourself, which of these two teams is smart and which of these two teams is not? Okay. The Chiefs have been extremely successful for almost a decade now under Andy Reid because they don't do stupid things. The Dolphins, meanwhile, traded everything and then paid him as the highest paid receiver in the history of the NFL. That's not the kind of thing smart teams do. He's a 28-year-old wide receiver.
And here we go. Here we go. These sons of bitches. I told you I stopped the video. Now we're dumb. Now we're stupid. Are you kidding me? Jets fans are gonna fuck it. Let's just play the fucking video. I'm just
whose game is solely reliant upon speed, who's played the entirety of his prime with Patrick Mahomes. You're paying 150 cents on the dollar.
I think you are completely right. And I wasn't even going to get into the Miami side of this. But to me, this is how I read this deal.
How do you read it, Greeny?
Brian Flores got fired, in my opinion. Yes, I don't know what will come out eventually when they investigate this and whether or not the owner actually offered $1 million per loss.
What a fucking spin by these guys. Because I'm sure this is a show watched heavily by Jets fans. Jets fans are like, yeah, we didn't need him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is a savvy, good move. These guys are obviously taking the greenie is green money coming from Gang Green, which is Gang Green. I mean, or Green Gang. I don't know. I don't even remember. It's been so long since I've played against the Jets and cared who I was going against, not thinking I was going to win. I don't even know what they call themselves anymore. They're spinning this whole narrative that, hey, Jets, you dodged a bullet by not getting Tyreek Hill. You're a better team for it. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? This is the spin? You're a better team with the picks, Jets, than you would with Tyreek Hill. I don't fucking think so, bro. I just can't imagine. Sorry.
But to me, my read on this from a distance has always been Brian Flores got fired because he doesn't think Tua Tagovailoa is a great player. And you know what? That's because Tua Tagovailoa is not a great player.
Oh, papa. There he is, Greeny. Now the truth comes out. Greeny's thinking that Tua will be far less effective as an NFL quarterback than Zach Wilson. And that Zach Wilson is more towards Patrick Mahomes than being what he perceives Tua as. And that Zach Wilson will make Tyreek Hills if they pick him, rather than him giving up the picks to get a Tyreek Hill to make Zach Wilson. This is what this whole entire statement video is about. It's a spin, but he really believes it because he just took the shot at Tua. I was waiting for it. I told you I didn't see the rest of this video. I didn't know. And here it comes. And Tuanon should be all over this bitch here soon.
That's because Tua Tagovailoa is not a great player.
Ooh.
But you know who has to justify that pick? The man who made it. So the general manager, who will forever be the guy who took Tua instead of Justin Herbert, when Justin Herbert is standing on the stage in Canton, Ohio, getting his Hall of Fame jacket.
All right, hold up now, Greeny. Now you're taking shots at fucking Chris Greer, and I know you ain't taking shots at no Chris Greer. One of the most savviest businessmen in all that I see in football at this time, changing the fucking game. Other teams are now taking notes from the way the Dolphins have been doing it since Chris Greer has been pushing draft picks around, maneuvering, saving money, making trades for guys like Tyreek Hill with still a treasure chest full of draft picks in the future. So Greeny he sounds like a real Jets fan. This is what they sound like, guys. And it's guys like Greeny getting them jacked up on Twitter, having running around acting like they're still relevant. Sorry, New York, but it's really not looking good for the Jets. And I feel kind of sad because I know where you're sitting, in a place where obscurity is your future, where you'll be, just one of those AFC bottom fourth tier teams that are spinning their tires in the mud.
Because he's going to be the best quarterback in the league for the next 10 years. And Tua is going to be a backup somewhere. The general manager is going to know he was wrong, and the owner is going to know. But in this particular case, the general manager convinced the owner I was right, and the coach doesn't believe in him. So they fire Brian Flores, and then everything else happens with that. And now they've done everything they can to justify taking Tua, and done everything they can to give him every chance to succeed. They spent $1 trillion on their offensive line. They took Jalen Waddle last year, and now they've just made Tyreek Hill the most expensive receiver in NFL history and traded all these draft picks, including a number 1 for him. That's why the Dolphins did it. So the Dolphins, in my
highest non-QB players being paid right now, essentially Tyreek Hill, $30 million, TJ Watt, 28.2, Devontae Adams, 28. DeAndre Hopkins, 27.3. Joey Bosa, 27. And all the teams play for where they're at, except Devontae Adams is on the Raiders now. But I mean, it sounds like Sounds like somebody who's mad at Tyreek for not choosing the Jets and trying to justify the Jets' future again. And he's taking shots at the quarterback, which, I mean, guys, we know this is no different.
My opinion, made a terrible deal. I am thrilled the Jets didn't make it. And I agree with you. I think Kansas City got it right.
Jeez Louise, bro. I didn't watch all that video. I can't believe he said some of the things. I mean, what a – we'll see. I'll be interested to watch the draft picks the Jets make and where they are in 3 or 4 years, whether Zach Wilson's still around. And it does, Andres, it sounds like hate, sounds like bitterness, sounds like somebody's upset because we're all getting Tyreek Hill jerseys and, you know, excited to watch an amazing show while they're up there talking about, man, we got some really good tight ends. We're the top 5 tight end in the league, Mike Gesicki. We're trying to get off the football team in some ways at times. And they're over here signing tight ends like this is the answer. So just remember, they're in a boat that the Dolphins were in 5 years ago. Pay attention, Dolphin fans. Look at them and observe, because it's kind of like looking at ourselves, you know, in a different light. So I'm going to drop the link, everybody. We'll open this bad boy up. Everybody can hop in and get in. But, guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. Hit that like button on your way in here, everybody. There is another video that I have. I don't know if I played this or not. I might have played this, you guys. Yeah, you know what? I think I did. I don't know. Oh, yeah, they're gonna. They're everybody's sleeping on the Dolphins, and good. I want them to sleep. What's up, Thomas?
How you doing, Chris?
I'm hanging in there, my brother. How about yourself?
Good. I've missed your shows the last couple of nights. I've had to get up early, but I'm glad I'm on tonight, and it just makes me laugh. It's typical. That's what fan bases say all around. Oh, we didn't need him. I'm still pinching myself. We got the cheetah, man.
No, I'm saying like we're all super excited and ready to see an absolute revolutionized speed in offense. And, you know, they're over there talking about how, hey, it's a savvy move not getting somebody. You know what I'm saying? That it takes no energy to not do something, you know?
Hey, let me tell you this. If Wilson is, I don't know. I don't think he'll be that more, but if
Michael makes a good point right here. He says Miami is the only team the media chastised for trying to help their QB. It's unreal, actually. That's a good point, Michael. It is weird because you put pieces around a young quarterback that, up to this point, has struggled. I think it's not so much about ability. Well, there is some things. I think health and those things had a lot to do with. But also, dude, I mean, we had 11 offensive coordinators last season. We had an offensive line that was super young and one journeyman who was terrible, just terrible journeyman, and Jesse Davis. And there just seemed to be a lot of energy put into only maintaining this offense, getting a couple of scores on some drives and keeping it from fucking up. It was a terrible plan. We still still got 9-10 wins in the last 2 seasons. But all the work they've done in the coaching staff, the ideology, the putting in the players, you can't tell me that it's not the best thing for a young quarterback to give them the best chance to get the best evaluation that they want.
Chris, we have 2 number 1 receivers now. We haven't had that since 1984. Mm-hmm. We have 1A and 1B right now. Okay? We have a Duper and a Clayton. These you do understand now that these defenses, the defensive coordinators are going to have nightmares trying to figure out how to cut. They are not going to be able to keep too many linebackers in. And you know what that means?
You put easy running game.
You put Ingold back there, he's going to be blowing up people.
He's going to be chewing them up, bro.
Yep.
Chewing them up.
You're going to have Ingold going up against a safety or a DB. Good luck.
Or even if not, even if Ingold comes out as the lead blocker.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Chris.
Well, no, that's what I mean is he comes out as the lead blocker up, even if it's on a linebacker. Sorry, I had to sneeze, but he comes out as a lead blocker on a linebacker inside the box. Everyone else is spread out thin. You could see Chase Edmonds with the ball in the middle of the field with no one around him. And we
how
forget.
How about Gesicki?
Oh, I expect Gesicki to leak right up the middle, right up the gut, right up the gut. There's just no way it's not going to be there in formation because, simply put, you can have as many elite players on defense as you want, but you have to be in positions. And when you have the talent that the Dolphins have right now, it's like a chess game. And it's like we got less pawns and extra, rooks and castles and shit. It's like it's a cheating in some way when you measure it out. You're gonna have to put people in position. You watch anytime a DB goes down in a game, the guy that comes in is getting fucking torched. He's getting torched.
Chris, I want you to think about this. He's got Ingold sitting back there in the shotgun with Tua. And now you got either Waddle or you got Hill coming in motion on a jet sweep. What do you think's going to happen in the middle of the field on that?
Well, if they're
going to be wide open, dude. It's going to be wide open.
They're not going to be able to especially if they come from one end of the field to the other. They're not going to be able to. You're going to have to force them into zone. Is what happens. They'll always be forced into zone.
Tua is very good with zone coverage. Where he struggles is man to man.
It's where he struggles is man to man. I've noticed
exactly. Mm-hmm. You're not going to see that this year. You're not going to see much man to man. Because if they go man-to-man, they're going too deep on safeties.
If they go man-to-man, then I expect our head coach / offensive coordinator to look at the matchup that he thinks is desirable and call into the headset to Tua and say, hey, here's the matchup. Take that matchup. Tyreek is on, I don't know, whomever. Or Waddle's on this guy, or Gesicki's got this guy in the slot. Take that matchup because we know he can win. Because that's what they'll make the mistake if they go man-to-man. Because you're going to have to maintain safety help. There's just no way you're gonna force teams in the zone. And when they have 5 DBs and they're out of a different set, there's going to be running lanes to the second level. It's just going to be real difficult.
Exactly. That's so where difficult. Chris, you hit it on the head. That's where they're going to be able to run. Because they're going to have to be in nickel and dime sets because of the speed.
I think of it in defense perspective. The only thing that can save a team is an elite middle linebacker, and those are so few and far between.
Yeah, if you're facing San Francisco or if you're facing Tampa Bay, I mean, we're not facing those teams.
It's not.
They have the elite linebacker.
That's the only thing that can hurt a team like this is an elite linebacker and really in position. That's why you're seeing this West Coast style offense have such good effectiveness, because everybody's so worried about outside speed in the passing game. They're going to lighter, faster linebackers. There's the Luke Kuechly's of the world are gone. That's just not who's coming out anymore. Damn, bro, it's so hard to scheme up against from a defensive perspective. What's going on, Nick? What's happening, bud?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's going on?
This is going to be a fun year to watch this offense, Chris. I really feel it. It's going to be a fun freaking year. We haven't seen this. We haven't seen this in 25 freaking years when I tell you. 25 years since Marino, what we're going to see coming up this season. It's going to be fun to be a Dolphins fan. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I mean, at the very minimum, it feels like as far as weaponry goes with the team too, it's something that seems to be cemented in the future with the team. There might be changes coming, here and there, but as far as Waddle, Tyreek, Armstead being on the team, Ingold, all these guys that we've signed this year, which are making up this powerhouse of weaponry this year and next year, they're all going to be here,
Right.
Chris, think of this, okay? And they got all their ducks in a row. They only put the franchise tag on Gesicki. Next year, who wants to join us?
Well, I think there's an effort to sign Christian Wilkins, which I can't agree with so much. I think they'd be better off trading Christian Wilkins for a couple of draft picks. I think they can get a big haul for Christian Wilkins too. But
Man, why don't you like him?
I don't dislike him. I just don't like the money I know he's going to command.
I got you.
For the value, for the positions and the snaps. But I also think Chris Greer as a GM values him a hell of a lot higher than I do in character, in leadership, it was his pick. That's his pick. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Chris, think of this. They brought in Sam. They brought in Patrick. Say they get something out of Iggy finally or Trill, and they move on from Byron, right? And they move on from Gesicki, and now they bring in Debo. Just imagine that.
Well, the Debo trade talk still hasn't stopped. In fact,
I think it's next year. I think it's next year they're going to get. He wants to come here. So.
Well, from what I can hear, he don't want to play without new money, and San Fran didn't. They don't plan to pay him. So it's kind of where Baltimore sits right now with Jackson as well. So there's a little bit of sitting there quietly. I had something pulled up about Harbaugh talking on Rich Eisen's show. I don't have it anymore, but he was talking about the Jackson trade, and it's all hush hush and stuff like that. So I don't know. I haven't heard anything coming out of my San Francisco source, but they were really gonna trade him, and now the Dolphins have more leverage than they were. I don't know what they're gonna do now.
Listen, I could see them putting the tag on him, and we give up a first-round pick and get him, or their first or two picks, whatever. Because if this goes through, like I think it's going to go through, and we're going to lose these picks anyways, this is going to drag on for a while before anything ever gets solved with Ross. But if it's getting to the nitty-gritty next year, and Tua works out this year, I could see them giving up one of their first round picks if they try to tag Debo, and you can use them in a slot, and you can use them as a running back, and now you got three dynamic players on this offense. Just think of that,
Man, it sounds good on paper, but there's only one football to go around.
Nick.
That's where they let Gesicki walk. Okay, because Gesicki's going to be kind of like our slot guy.
And some people feel it's like overkill, and others, it's like, hey, could you imagine it? To me, if you were ever going to do something like that, this is the only time, because if Tua does work out, you're going to need to pay him in a couple of years. You're going to have to figure out other positions. You'll have to walk away from Christian Wilkins to get a Debo Samuel. Is just as far as cap money and where things are in the future, this would be the only time for the Dolphins to pull off some kind of move like this, building an elite offense for a young quarterback in this way. It's pretty much the only time this year, maybe next year, but I don't know. I don't even know if next year it'll work.
If you think about it, it's like the 1984 team. You got Duper, Clayton, and Nat Moore. You got Debo, Waddle, and Hill.
That's right. But you could also, I wonder how good Bowden is going to pick up, because to me, it's Bowden and Chase Edmonds that are going to split the Debo right now. I would rather have Debo personally, though.
I think Bowden's a freak, man.
How I feel, Nick. I love Bowden. I think he's a great football player. I was sad that he didn't play last year. I think the offense felt his presence being gone. And like I said, he seems like one of those dudes that just holds the ability to make people miss better than others. As soon as he's got the ball, no room to escape the tackler, nothing to that effect, makes it happen every time.
Yeah.
The guy is definitely good at football.
Yeah,
but I think this comes down to, in a lot of ways, San Francisco, do they let the guy walk or do they get something for him? And the guy doesn't want to play without money, and I don't blame him either. So there's this whole weird situation happening. So we'll see where it goes.
I got a question for you, Chris.
What's up, bud?
I'm kind of scared about the center position. Like, if obviously Dieter, I guess, is going to be the center, but if he gets hurt or if it doesn't work out, what the hell are they going to do? Are they going to draft one or what?
Well, I'm sure they're not opposed to drafting. But I do know that, what's his name, the center, Treader, they have an offer out for Treader. I think Treader's going to wait and see if someone can beat it. It's not I don't know. The Dolphins aren't going to pay more. I think we're undervaluing how they see Michael Dieter, and Michael Dieter's comfortability with Tua, who is a left-handed quarterback. I think all of this plays a factor. Not so much that they wouldn't get Treader, but they're not going to give Treader $10 million a year. They want to give him $6 million. So maybe they believe somebody's there in striking distance. I trust Chris Greer. If we end up picking up a center in the third round, I'm gonna feel real good about that. But they'll find somebody to compete. Chris Greer's good at finding guys out there that are free agents. Plus, after the draft, who knows who draft centers and who gets cut? Somebody might be way higher up on our list than even we think Shredder's worth the money for, as far as what the Dolphins perceive it to be.
I think our front office is one of the best in the NFL, and I don't think people give them enough credit. So many people have been shitting on Chris Greer and them, and I'm like, dude, he's actually pretty good. And
he's damn good.
I don't see how people are I don't get it.
I don't either, my man. We've seen some very bad back offices over the years with Jeff Ireland and that complete shit show, and just the struggle for power and interim guys coming in. It's just been so bad with our front offices. Tannenbaum, all of it's just, oh my God. And
just Chris ruining our cap, dude.
He's just destroying, mortgaging our futures every time for nothing. At least there seems to be a very good plan that was always in place, and Chris Greer's sticking to it.
Chris, think of this.
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to think of this, because I'm not looking at the glass half full. I'm looking at the glass 3/4 full, and not completely. This team ain't built completely yet, but maybe not winning the division. Okay. But getting a wild card, getting in the playoffs, and winning a game in the playoffs, and Tua plays well, and we got 2 first rounds, a second round, and 2 third rounds in one of the more talented drafts that's going to come around. Think of that. Just stick that out there and take that on for size for a little bit, and think of how well Chris Greer set us up for the future.
If nothing comes down the pike, and they find out that, this is going to be settled, I don't know, out of court by chance, at least as far as Ross is concerned, there's no punishment coming down. Chris Greer could take one of those 2 first-round draft picks, both of them move back, do what he's been doing, keep pushing the ball back, and we could continue to have 2 first-round draft picks from now until we die. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the guy has made it so flexible. It's kind of weird to see him mortgage so much of this year's draft. You know what I'm saying? But
he's the new Jimmy Johnson. Is what he is.
He's fucking good at his job. What's going on, Big John?
Chilling, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you guys were doing a show, bro. So you didn't let me know.
Yeah, I didn't either. I was like, damn, they're on.
Yeah, I kind of threw it in last minute because I got a lot of. I don't know. I might miss next week.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, man. Me and Chris used to talk every day. The man just disappeared, bro.
Bro, I got so much shit going on. I got my whole family coming here this week. So sorry, Big John. I should be calling you more. You're right. I'm a terrible friend.
As a matter of fact, I gotta talk to you after the show for a second.
All right, cool. But yeah, Big John, I know you were a big Matt Ariza fan. I know we ain't getting him now. I hope personally, and I know Nick, like you just said about the center position, I'm far less worried about center than I am about inside linebacker. That's the one glare that I think that I don't give a shit. Take all those picks and find one that you want in the 2nd or 3rd round or whatever, and just go get the son of a bitch and just be done. Come out of the draft.
Whatever
answer at linebacker.
Whatever happened to Reuben Foster?
Nothing to my knowledge. I think there's just medical concerns, durability concerns, and I don't know. I still think the kid's got plenty to offer, but I haven't heard anything. To me, it's not a good sign that they couldn't even have given him just a 1-year, camp body contract. I'm guessing something on the medical side isn't matching up. He looks great, but maybe they're just worried about scar tissue or something like that, or maybe there's something else. But maybe they're just waiting until after the draft. Maybe they got somebody in mind. Maybe they're targeting guys in the 3rd and 4th round that they think that not only can they get better value out of because it's cheap, and B, they think are going to compete. And when the time comes when they need them, Roberts, 4th, 5th game of the year, they can start bringing the young rookie in there and role play him in. And next thing you know, you've got a real answer rather than Reuben Foster, who to me would just still be a gap. Unless he came in and just blew the socks off, which to this point would surprise everybody.
Dude, we've been missing that piece on this defense for how many years? I mean, it's been forever.
15 years at least.
Yep. I'd say Channing Crowder was maybe the last.
And even Channing had his shortcomings, but at least he had that fucking grit that you need from that guy, dude.
Right.
He really did. Yeah, it's been a long time. And as someone who played a lot of middle linebacker, when you're good at it and things run right, you can do a lot of damage on defense, especially to a run game. You can fuck a run game up good. So,
and like you said earlier, I mean, the problem is they don't make any Ray Lewis size linebackers anymore. Like, where are these guys at?
Yeah, it seems like they come, but they can't last more than 5 or 6 years. You know what I'm saying? Right. There's no 10, 11-year middle linebackers no more. It's like guys start out as linebackers, and then right around 28, 29, they put on 25 pounds of muscle, and they want to be pass rushers now. It's fucking weird, bro. It's a weird thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. But to me, I'm more interested in solving the inside linebacking problem than a center problem. Not that. Remember, dude, so many of these guys that we've got on the coaching staff are all offensive line, specialists in more ways than one. Have a lot of knowledge on the offensive line. What's up, Lewis? How you doing, bud?
Hey, Chris. Thanks for having me on the show. What up, everybody on the panel? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Chris. Like, I think I would just probably roll with Dieter. I think Tua's comfortable with Dieter, so I would kind of roll with that. I'm more in lines with you, inside linebacker. So question for everybody on the panel and including Chris. I got like the way I see our team getting built, it's like we're in win now mode. What about using one of our 3rd round picks this year? Because yeah, we could go get a linebacker in the 3rd or 4th round, but like you were saying, we would probably have to develop him, maybe hold him out midway through the season. I'm hearing that Eric Kendricks in Minnesota is having like contract disputes in there. I would see if I could offer Minnesota like a 3rd, maybe 4th round pick, bring Eric Kendricks.
I like that,
and plug him in there. So I mean, that's just what I'm thinking. I would like to hear everybody's comments on that. You know,
Lewis, that's the kind of savvy business move that Chris Greer would pull off. It's things like that where he sees something forest through the trees, catches wind, and thinks he can make a play on a guy like that. I would love to see a move like that. Thomas.
I agree. Chris Greer has done such a good job the last. The only knock on him is the first 3 picks of 2020, which is still to be determined because they're all 3 are young, and we'll see how this all turns out at the end. Because
too, Thomas, if you think about those first 3 first-round picks from that year, Austin Jackson had question marks, young coming out, had the bone marrow surgery, still was recovering from those things. Noah Igbenogany, pedigree out the ass as far as all that goes, but had question marks as far as being a DB in the NFL because, you know, he had only done it 1 year. I do know that, as we remember, Jalen Waddle said he was the best DB he ever faced. But he was only 19 years old when we drafted the kid. He was young too. And then Tua coming out with the injuries questions. These were all, I don't know, they were all gambles in some ways if you think about it. Everybody,
yeah.
Tua with the injury.
Chris, my boys and I were at the training camp last year, and was looking at Iggy, and both of them was like their mouths dropped open to go, holy crap, look at the size of him. Look how big he is.
Yeah, no, Iggy is
huge.
massive. He's massive.
Huge, and he's fast as hell, Chris.
He really is. I'm hoping these new coaches can really show him the ropes, Sam and Pat, because if they can show him how to emulate any of that, maybe we don't look at this as a bust. So, but it is hard to get on the field when the position you're trying to get through, you got a Pro Bowler and a guy worth so much money. So
future Hall of Famer. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
You know. But let me tell you something. He's got all the physical skills. He's a big dude. He's the biggest DB they got. Okay, by a lot. It's not even close,
bro. And he was 19. He's still growing. That kid's gonna be huge. Maybe he'll be fucking linebacker. How cool would that be?
Right? I mean,
that would be awesome. We figured this kid out at linebacker, but maybe they envision him as that 5th DB that plays that roaming safety, pseudo linebacker, nickel. Maybe he can play that spot. I don't know, but it seems like a big ask for a guy who has such little
and
playing
as
time.
much as I've watched this kid, I mean, I've seen him. He's always in position. He just doesn't get his head around. That's it.
I'm just afraid that he's one of those guys that we've seen before come to the NFL, just a far and away superior athlete, but just doesn't have NFL capabilities for whatever fucking reason.
So, Paul Langford.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen these guys before. The Jets had one not too long ago, a couple years back. Can't remember his friggin' name. But what's going on, Color, Sharif, CT, Crypto, everybody in here? Now we got a full house. What's going on, boys?
Do we still answer the question or not?
Yeah. Answering Lewis's question, guys. Nick, you go ahead, bud.
What's up, Nick went to the force.
How y'all guys doing?
Doing good, Sharif. Nick, go ahead, buddy. What do you have in response to Lewis's question as far as getting the linebacker from Minnesota for that 3rd pick rather than waiting?
I don't really know much about that one, honestly.
Oh, well, that's an honest answer.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, fuck, bro. Go ahead, Big John.
I know we need it, though.
Well, afterwards. Go, go ahead, Big John.
What about Bart? Did he used to play for Minnesota?
Yeah, Anthony Barr played for Minnesota as well.
Anthony Barr's a free agent, right?
He's still a free agent. He is. But I think Anthony's Barr is looking to be more of a pass rusher these days. And I hear there's a little bit of medical worrying about that, too, as far as his maneuverability in the linebacking.
Yeah, I think Anthony Barr's more of a 3-4, like outside linebacker.
If I go for something like that, I think I would put more KJ Wright in that role where he does a little bit more of both, but he's still in that same boat as Barr. He's got injury concerns on him as well.
You know what somebody said? Whatever happened to Bernard McKinney? That's what I heard.
Flores.
Right, yeah.
Whatever happened to that guy?
Flores.
I think, I think I heard just the same way that it was with Bowden is Van Noy, Bowden, and McKinney kind of questioned some of the calls they were making in training camp and whatever. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And Flores and Boyer don't like that shit, but mainly Flores. He don't like having nobody question him. That's why he jettisoned Van Noy too.
That's kind of
because remember we traded for him. Then we restructured his contract, and then 2 weeks later we cut him. And I'm like, what the hell, dude?
It was weird. It was a weird 3 weeks, 4 weeks there. I was
that
like,
was the weirdest crap ever. Man.
It really was. I remember when they had like the Travis Wingfield introduction, Bernard McKinney, and then the fucking guy was gone. They didn't even do no more shows after that.
Ooh, that's kind of what I wanted.
It was crazy because you can think like logically. The only two reasons you can think is one, that helped them with the trade anyway, and that was really just them taking on his cap and cutting him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the only other, but he also sat there and said how even Flores said, or Flores and Greer both said that he was a scheme fit. So it's like,
well, not only that, but if you remember how jacked up Bernard McKinney was to be on the Dolphins, and right after they got him, he was in all those media rooms, and they were talking to him and meeting and doing all this media stuff. And he was jacked up to be a Dolphin. And then for him to not make the team, I think we all thought, oh, maybe it was a medical thing. But then we find out that's not the case. Like, is this guy still available to be a Dolphin?
That's kind of what I wanted.
think he's still a free agent right now, I believe.
He would be somebody I would kick the tires on. Maybe Chris Greer's got his phone number lying around somewhere. Color, hold it down for me for a minute, bud.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to get into, though. Good night to you guys. Now that Big John is here and CT, I don't know if you guys were on the stream with Larry, but one thing I want to point out and get you guys feeling on it now that it's still off season, especially Big John. We know for whatever reason the defense adjusted week 7 and started blitzing more. You know, we could question, but we really don't know who took the helm, George Alexander or Flo or whatever. My question is, we all here appreciate how the offense has been fast-tracked. If we see week 1, week 2, the cornerbacks going into soft zone again, like what Boyer did before, if we see this defense not being the aggressive defense after week number 8, by week 1 or 2, what should we do, Big John? And I'll let everyone get it, go around the table answering.
There's really not much we can do. We can get upset, throw shit at the TV, but at the end of the day, it's not like we're gonna storm the stadium. We can complain on YouTube all day. If they do that, I'm gonna be pissed off as fuck.
I know what I'm doing.
So that brings up the question: who really
pitchforks and torches, baby?
Who really stopped the zone soft 10 giving receivers 10 yards? I hated that shit. Who really stopped that? And that's what I want to get you guys take on.
We will figure that out as soon as we see week 1. If the Dolphins go into the amoeba defense and it looks familiar, then we can give some credit to Boyer. If they start doing that zone shit all over again, then we know it was him. It's simple as that.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact.
Because,
Big John, that would piss me the fuck off. I really would be pissed.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at with too. It's like, even when we played man, we were still playing off man. And it's like, again, if we go in, like you said, the first, second season, we're still running that shit. Oh my God. Torches and pitchforks, dude. There's no way we can sit here and have another slow start now, especially if the offense comes out and is freaking clicking. Oh my God. Boyer's going to be done for.
And I'm not trying to give Flores credit. I'm just saying, if we know the skirmish they had and we know who changed shit and we started blitzing again. What I'm saying is, we know the offense can score. My God, if Boyer starts that soft zone shit, oh my God.
Well, I think one of the best moves.
There will be hell to pay.
I think one of the best moves that Coach McDaniel has made so far was bringing in Patrick Surtain and Sam Madison, because even if Boyer wants to start running that bullshit zone, I think Patrick Surtain and Sam Madison, the way they played and the way they were bumped man-to-man, press coverage, corner. So I think that's why we brought them in.
They're not going to let it happen.
Right. Us having Byron Jones and Xavier Howard are carbon copies of what we had in Patrick Surtain and Sam Madison. So I think that's one of the reasons we brought them in. So I'm like with Big John. I think those two guys are going to put a stop to that shit.
So you think that Byron is more of a Madison? Is that what you're saying?
I would say, in my opinion, Byron Jones is more Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain is more Xavier. Because in my opinion, and again, this is just my opinion, but Surtain to me was more. Patrick Surtain was more of a ball hawk, and Sam was more in your face, press man to man. He had good hands. I'm not saying that, but Patrick Surtain was just more of a ball hawk than Sam.
To me, it's backwards. To me, it's backwards.
Yeah,
to me, Xavier is Sam Madison is Xavier Howard. Like they're Xavier Howard.
That's what I was saying. I feel like it's two. I think it's two X's right there.
The flamboyance that Sam Madison had is exactly the flamboyance that Xavier had. Like that's just them.
Yeah, and I would say,
I just felt like it was two X's, bro.
I would say Byron Jones to me is more Troy Vincent. Like Troy Vincent didn't get a bunch of picks, but he's locked down and swatted balls out of the receiver's hands. That's Troy Vincent.
That's right, sir. Yeah.
You know what? Byron also reminds me of Terrell Buckley when he was playing safety in that slot corner.
No, he doesn't
Sam
gamble.
Madison and Patrick Surtain were playing, where he's technically sound and he's decent in man-to-man, but he's more of a zone guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that. I was just saying that Byron is that he was more of the zone coverage guy in that scheme. Where Byron works that same way.
I've only seen Byron get beat once in that Arizona game with the tight end over the top in the corner end zone. That's the only time I've seen Byron gamble and get beat. Never.
No,
T-Buck
right.
is a gambler.
He got roasted in the Raiders game a couple of times.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
He's gotten roasted a few times.
Yeah, I mean, but guys,
I remember painfully that Raiders game. He was
getting roasted by
middle.
some of the fucking greatest football players in the league. Gonna happen. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
it's just gonna happen.
Let me answer, because the question was, why did we play that soft ass zone at the beginning of the year? I can tell you exactly why. Because we lost Bobby McCain.
Preach.
We lost
I'm asking if you see it week 1, week 2, what do you do? What do you think?
Listen,
that ain't gonna happen.
We lost some veteran players, and we brought in some rookies. And then we brought in a new guy. Then he's kind of used to it, but we brought in McCourty, and it took time for these guys to gel with it. We changed,
but we don't care about that. What would you do if you see week 1 or 2?
Hey, just real quick. I'm guessing Matthew Smith's a Jets fan, and this is what I was saying: is the answer of Jets fans. Is that how can you all leave the Jets behind when your QB is worse? This is where they always go. They're not like, hey, and to them, they're like, oh, Tyreek Hill doesn't help the Dolphins because their quarterback sucks. That's always how the conversation goes. So that whole monologue I had earlier.
Oh, man.
First Jets fan that comes in here, it's the first thing he says, your QB is worse. I told you, bro. It's literally what they say.
Anyway,
they don't see what we know.
so listen. So we changed
Big John.
3 out of our 12, 3 out of our 11 guys. We changed to begin with at the beginning of the year. So we played this soft ass crap, okay, to get them used to what we want to do, and they screwed up. They overthought the process. That's my opinion. That's what happened. And then when it wasn't working, we went back to what was working.
That's understandable.
Well, you notice too when Holland became more involved and he started taking.
That's when it all started to come back.
They had a plan. I think in more ways than one, Thomas. They overthought it.
But I think that kind of contradicts the argument, though, because Javon Holland coming in as the rookie, I don't think it was about him coming in. It was the fact that we had Eric Rowe back there, and Eric Rowe couldn't cover for shit either unless he was covering a tight end, because at strong safety, he just couldn't do both. He was the liability in coverage. Why? Because he's not fast enough.
And McCourty was the liability.
And we had
McCourty was
McCourty.
definitely a
They
fucking
knew
liability. They put McCourty out there, and he did not deliver in those ways. He looked like he was slow.
Yeah, McCourtney was.
That's
bad
what I'm
enough.
saying. I feel like the players.
That was terrible at the beginning.
But that's where I felt like the veterans they knew the scheme. The problem is they just didn't execute worth the damn. That was the problem.
And so
we eventually found out that Holland was better than both McCourty and I forget the guy's name from
Rowe
Detroit.
put together. McCourty and Rowe put together.
I think they were still just learning the scheme and stuff like that. I think it was just growing pains, like Thomas said. We lost important veteran leadership in Bobby McCain, which, Bobby's skill set has diminished significantly, but his leadership in running the defense, being the coach on the field, and then Van Noy playing that same role up front, now had to fall into the laps of other guys that didn't have that role. The communication took time. The young guys getting brought in and up to speed took time. So it was just a natural progression. I think we underestimated in a coaching staff definitely how
it's going
to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a great discussion.
They
because
took away the two quarterbacks of the defense. You hit it right on the head.
See, this is why this is a great discussion, because we're prepared now week 1 and week 2 to see for ourselves what they're going to do. My thing, we're very intelligent fans. We knew what happened between week 7 and week 17. We also knew the little skirmish within who took the playbook, who took them on. Okay, we know now Van Noy and McCourty and whoever adjusted and they didn't adjust it. What I'm saying to you now, we know we're going to be very pissed if we see. We cannot blame anyone except Boyer if we see this. You guys agree? If we see this bullshit, we cannot blame anybody else. All right. That's all I want is.
I don't think we're going to see it. Be honest with you, I don't think you're going to see it because we got the same people coming back. It's not like we're bringing in all brand new. Like I said, like Chris said, they got rid of Van Noy and they got rid of McCain. Those are the two that were. McCain was setting up the defense in the back, the alignments, and you had Van Noy that was running the front seven of the front seven. Those are the two quarterbacks of the freaking defense. They got rid of.
I agree, but I think both guys that we had in those roles, with Nick Needham stepping in at corner. Granted, no, he wasn't the leader that Bobby McCain was per se, and Baker coming in, both of them had years of experience in the scheme. So I felt like we shouldn't have had that much of a drop off, knowing that we brought in McCourty and Rowe in the secondary. And we brought, we moved Needham, and Baker knew the system too, and we still came out that confused or that, lack of execution.
I blame McCourty on Flo. Flo brought him in, figured for a tenth
McCourty
of
wasn't
money.
McCain, man.
Even McCourty was way worse than McCain's as far as technicalities and just everything, getting out of position.
Coleman's the other guy.
Coleman was the other guy. Both of those guys were brought in to fill the void, and
they were awful
in between, and both of them did a terrible job.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Coleman rarely saw the field.
That's right. And so once it got worked out, and honestly, again, Baker did take more of a role last year, helping relieve that. And I think that's when it started working, when Baker started taking more. And then Christian Wilkins, too, and his role in the front of the defense. And now Holland, I think Holland's captain on this football team next year. I don't see why.
I think
he's a G, dude. He's a freaking G.
I think Javon Holland.
They were using Phillips wrong too. They kept having him go in coverage and not rush the passer.
I think Javon Holland. Go ahead.
You guys know why they did that? Because they used Phillips a lot to make up for the deficiency at linebacker. That's pretty much what that came out to. They had him drop him back.
Yeah,
that's it. But when they're losing, I don't think we'll see Phillips do that this year.
So let's make this clear.
No, I think you're not going to see any of that. Nope.
We're gonna keep Baker at defensive end. We're not gonna drop Jalen Phillips back in coverage. Everybody is intact. We're not gonna do the things that keeps Baker out of position and flying you like a flyer for nothing. So that means what we expect is no excuses. We're gonna see the zero blitz week 1. Everyone's supposed to be in the position that they're going to be successful in. What I'm saying is, if the GM brought everybody back, I'm not. If
the GM get a hold of you,
yeah, get a hold of me later. CT, get a hold of me later. I gotta go take care of something.
All right, Big John, I'll see you later.
All right, man. Take care, Big John.
All right, Big John.
If Greer brought everybody back on defense, then there's no excuses here. I want to see Baker in the position blitzing on the end. I don't want to see no mistakes. I don't want to hear it, because you brought everyone back thinking that you're so good when you rank 9th in running and you're run stopping and you rank 22nd in pass defense. So you're not freaking a world beater, and you brought everyone back. Okay.
Yeah, but I think Baker is better at blitzing up the middle than going up the side.
I don't know. He's had decent on the edge at times too. But Baker,
Yeah.
I don't like when people are so harsh on Baker. Baker is so important to this defense. If that guy goes down, this defense is fucking in trouble, bro.
Absolutely.
If he goes down, we're in deep trouble, because he plays all over the defense for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I agree. I give him his credit. The only thing is it's like most players, though. For me, it's when you see something so horrible and atrocious that it's almost burning your mind. You know what I mean? And they're just his issues were run game related. He's absolute athlete, and he's great sideline to sideline speed, and he's pretty decent in coverage. His problem is in the run game, he gets washed out. Sometimes he has a wide open hole in front of him, sees the running back coming, but it turns and runs the other way. And
Jeremiah says it best. He sucks as the inside linebacker.
He doesn't shoot. He doesn't shoot in like Zach Thomas used to do. He doesn't do it. Don't read it fast enough.
This is the glaring hole.
Zach ran offense as well.
Yeah, like y'all were talking about trading for that guy. It's like I don't know much about him either. But the thing is I know he's better than Landon Roberts.
Landon Roberts can't be counted on. That's the problem. And not that Landon Roberts doesn't have a place on this football team, but bro, Landon Roberts he just always looks like he's strapped up, with shit on his arms and his legs and missing time. And I like when he lays the hits. It's a tone setter. It's good, but we need a little bit more certainty to hang our hat on. And and not only that, there's no fucking future in that. There's no future in that on this football team. That I worry about.
Chris, the thing that drives me nuts with Roberts is he's a thumper and a half.
Yeah.
But he don't wrap up.
I know. And also, and at times he'll pick the wrong hole. He'll miss. He'll pick a wrong hole. And that's kind of living and dying by the sword of a thumper. Because he wants to deliver the boom. We really need a guy that can just stay in that space. More of I hate to say Ray Lewis type, because it's so ridiculous to even say.
There's only a few of those.
I know.
The recognizer, though.
We need someone that can move his hips side to side while having great peripheral vision to see, the pulling guard coming and sideswipe that fool and come up and fit the gap. That's how you play middle linebacker right there. You let the guard come. You let him come up on you. You sideswipe the bitch and fill the hole, and you stop the run. That's what a great middle linebacker does, not seeing the hole develop and waiting for it to come to you. That's what a lot of these linebackers are doing, other than Roberts, and he'll run up into the hole, and sometimes he picks wrong. And this is the problem. You got to have vision. It's the same thing with running backs and middle linebackers, this vision, because you're literally watching everyone do everything, move, and you got to see who's coming and going, because it's such a fucking hard position to play.
That's what made Zach Thomas what
made him great. That's what made him great.
Yes, he knew where the play was going to go.
He took
Just
off
find a
running
way
with
that
the ball was snapped.
Recognition, like I said, play
You got to read
recognition.
and react.
Read and react. He literally, his feet were cooking the second the ball snapped.
He would
but you
shoot
notice he
that
never over pursued and never allowed himself to get out of position.
I used to remember him almost getting the handoff. He'd be in there so fast. Okay.
They told him all the time. I remember his interviews.
He was there, man. It was
I remember the interviews talking about him and how they said that you want to talk about a film junkie. Zach Thomas was a film aholic.
Well, you know, he used to have these
shame.
3-ring binders, like stacks of them, of them. And he would just take them out, and it would be like an offensive coordinator that used to be a head coach in Minnesota is now an offensive coordinator for San Francisco. You know what I'm saying? And he'll literally.
Oh my fucking God! I did it. I fucking did it. Oh
did what, Color?
God.
What's up?
What are you talking about, Color? I don't know. I don't think Color knows his mic.
I thought he was on. I think he thought he was.
Color watching fucking some weird shit.
He's watching a 2000 version of the Three Stooges.
He fucking did it, all right.
He did it. That's all I know is he did it.
Color just convinced the aliens.
Too bad he ain't got something to
Color just
did it.
Color just convinced the aliens to come to Earth.
I guess. Is that what you call it, Sharif? So anywho,
he did it.
He did it, man. But I mean, bye. You know, fuck. Anyhow, now we haven't had a sideline to sideline guy that could pick it right. But you know what, guys? Have you guys heard about the Jalen Waddle Tyreek Hill race coming? Has anybody heard about this?
Yes, I heard about it.
So
on that podcast, yeah.
Yes.
They were shit talking each other, bro. Telling him about I gotta give him my feet. He needs to get my feet.
Yeah, he said he was working on them legs last night.
Mm-hmm. So really, it's something coming. I guess there's a time and a place. It's gonna be a real race happening here. I think we're all gonna see it.
What could we buy the tickets?
I don't know. I think the video will be
released
no matter what.
You'll get the popcorn.
So in y'all's opinion, who y'all got? Who you got in the race? Who y'all picking?
Go ahead, Crypto. You pick first.
Oh man, I'll say Tyreek edges him out by 1/10 of a second.
CT.
I agree. There's no way. I love Waddle, but he's still got some quickness to gain, and it's going to be tight. But I think that's Hill. I don't even question that. I don't even question that.
Sharif. Did you get it, Sharif?
I think he's muted.
Sharif, you're muted. There you go, buddy. Waddle or Tyreek?
You have to unmute. Did you unmute me?
I never muted you. You can't mute yourself. I don't mute.
Yeah, my screen is freeze over here. Thank you.
Oh, okay. No problem.
So I think Tyreek. I think Tyreek was more experienced dragging the guys in the NFL. He's been doing it a long time.
All right.
They call him Big Cheetah and Little Cheetah for a reason.
There ain't nobody
Thomas.
faster than the cheetah. Nobody faster than
the cheetah. Color, who do you think takes it?
Takes what?
The race, Cheetah or Waddle? Who wins?
Oh, Tyreek.
I am going Waddle, fools. I am taking Waddle.
my God.
The young man edges out the cheetah. Penguin runs faster than cheetah for the first time ever.
No,
first
man.
time
Hey, I
ever.
won't be mad at it. I won't be mad at it.
Oh, I'm gonna say, and you know what? Shout out to my guy, man of the future, Andre.
If he
He
beats
sent me a
Tyreek,
video.
boy, that's gonna be something.
I know it, and you guys got to remember too. Tyreek takes on all comers because this is like the Bruce Lee thing. You know, Bruce Lee used to fight the hell out of everybody because when you say you're the baddest man on the planet, you got to prove it. You're like, oh
You're
yeah,
right.
you're just an actor, bro. You're just a bitch. And then he's like chopping you in the throat real quick, and you're like, oh, okay. And you're like, yeah. Every time he had, that's how it worked. But
Shit, Bruce Lee was like damn freaking Bo Jackson. You run up a wall and do a flip backflip.
Yeah. And when you have special powers, you got to show them off. That's how it works in the humane world. So here's the video with Omar Kelly and just a little bit. I'm just gonna play it. Shout out to my guy Andreas for hooking it up. Let me get the screen ready. Booyah. Here we go. Yep. All right. Here we go.
He wants a race. Tyreek talked about.
That's gonna be deadly.
He wants a race. He has to establish his dominance as the fastest man on the team and willing to accept that challenge.
Look, I already knew this was coming. As soon as I seen it in the middle of workout, my trainer come like, man, I just got Tyreek Hill. I'm like, I'm running around the gym. I'm like, okay then, whatever. But boy, I think the next day I say, man, I know he's gonna try to race. Let me get on these legs real quick. Hit the leg. I'm like, I already knew that was coming. Yeah,
Bro, first of all, how the hell can you not love this kid right here? Look at how much, what a freaking winning smile and personality from this kid. I mean, just a lovable cat. Look, you could tell the moment he's just smiling, so big, so happy to be there.
Tyreek Hill. I'm like,
God, man, seeing him without the dreads, though.
Okay, then, whatever.
I think it looks good.
Boy, I think the next day.
I like it. I'm just saying it's a shock,
I know race. Let me get on these legs real quick. Hit the legs. I'm like, I already knew that was coming. Yeah, we for sure gonna. I already know it's gonna come. I don't know if it's gonna be like in front of people or.
He the fastest I done seen in person or played against, and that's hard.
He can move.
Yeah, he can move.
He got
them first 3 steps.
We got a running back, 23 miles per hour too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Morstead.
Y'all got a real track team now.
Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. You know what I like about most about that whole interview. You know what I like the most is that right there at the end, like his self-awareness as being so young, for him to say we also got Raheem Mostert.
He's
like
a good kid, man.
He's aware of his surroundings. Like I think he wants to be great, man, for us, and we've needed a player like this in Miami.
You know what it is to me? He fits that Chris Greer profile. That when I all year, his last college year when he got injured, everything. I don't want to say I was happy that he got injured because I would never say that, but I thought if he didn't get injured, he probably would have been first or second overall pick, no matter what. The kid is electric. I haven't seen somebody other than Tyreek Hill have electricity with the ball in his hands coming out. I think when Henry Ruggs got drafted, a lot of Henry Ruggs tape got mixed in with some Jalen Waddle tape because that's who they thought that they were getting. I wanted Jalen Waddle with the 3rd pick when we got him with the 6th, and then got my 2nd pick of Jalen Phillips. Those are the top 2 picks I wanted. And this kid, personality, character, everything, that's a guy you make sure to move mountains to pay and keep on a football team. That's what a real leader looks like, up and down. So humble, so understanding. It's just bro. What a great kid to have on this football team.
Chris, I'm so freaking hyped. When does the season start, man?
Oh man, not soon enough, buddy.
Me too. I mean, think about it. And Wes Welker is his position coach.
Preach.
Oh my God, dude! Holy fuck!
Okay,
I can't wait. I just can't wait. I cannot wait.
I have the same way.
Wes Welker working with Hill and Waddle and Cedric Wilson Jr. and Lynn Bowden. Oh my Jesus!
Not only that, but
CT. When was the last time we watched this team,
and it's like watching paint dry with the freaking
Exactly.
offense. It's gonna be the opposite this year, dude.
We used to sit there. We
I'm
couldn't
so
do the
hyped for the season, dude. I can't even tell you. I know it's gonna be awesome. I already know, man. I know
It's bad. It's bad when you have to alter a drinking game for the Dolphins. Of every time they score points, you have to drink a whole beer instead of taking a couple swigs or something because we were only scoring 3 or 4 times a game. Dude, that shit's over, dude. That shit's over.
Just think where this defense is going to be ranked at
Be
the
no
end of the
driving
year.
home after the game if he's getting games like that with the Dolphins.
Yeah, right.
You can still drive home, good to go.
CT, Chris, think about this. Now, you got to remember, we would the scripted plays was awesome. We would move the ball, time of possession, everything, and then right after that, about half of the rest of the first quarter, second quarter was all defense. Halfway through the third quarter was all defense, and finally we'd like get our act together about halfway through the third quarter and into the fourth quarter, and finally our offense would finally start playing well. Can you imagine if we can run the ball, eat up the clock? Our defense is going to be top 5. It's going to be top 5. There's no question. And if we get a lead, a decent lead, it's going to just fall right into the hands of the defense. That's our strength. Okay?
Yep.
It's going to be our strength.
That's what I'm excited
for. We get up 2 scores on these teams.
Oh, no, then it's all about the run game now. And this run game, I think that's where everybody's got to remember the run game is where they're trying to build. Up until Tyreek Hill, no one was thinking anything other than how great the run game is going to be. Now we're like, Tyreek Hill, we got to throw the ball over the place. No. It's run the ball with purpose and design this team to run with authority at will with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle as pass catchers alongside with everyone else. And these running backs, they all can catch the ball pretty damn good as well. It's going to be a show. It's going to be entertaining to say the least.
Can't wait.
What I think is going to be a big difference is, and we talked about it before, is how many times could we not finish in the red zone? How many times did we have drives stall out at the 25, 30-yard line? And it's like with this offense, the running game, there is going to be none of that. Oh, we're going to pass 3 downs in a row, so we get holding call on first down. Now we're in 1st and 20, and the drive stalls. We're not going to be doing that shit no more. It's going to be first down, chug a lug, run ahead, get your yards, and we'll deal with 2nd, 3rd down as it comes.
Hey, CT, one thing that ain't going to go away is the Wildcat. And guess who's going to be back there getting the snap?
Tyreek Hill or Waddle?
Wilson.
He'll be throwing that football too.
Well,
I
forgot.
Imagine Hill doing a jet sweep like instead of Ronnie Brown and Ricky Williams, it's Wilson back there with Hill coming on the jet sweep.
Or having Hill go deep and have Waddle fake a jet sweep and have a reverse and let Cedric Wilson throw it down the field to Hill. That would be some shit.
You're gonna see some shit this year, buddy. Okay.
I'm excited.
That's what I expect to see is some shit, because Mike McDaniel's got to be licking his chops thinking, how fortunate am I to have an opportunity to coach an offense with young talent and proven talent up and down this mofo, bro. Really. And if you think about it too, if you think about our Teron Armstead with the problems he solves, God forbid he's banged up at all and has to come out. There's still young men that have good snaps in his position to prevent or at least load manage. You know what I'm saying?
Think about this. You know how they like to do trips right or trips left?
Yeah.
Imagine trips with Waddle, because they're going to use Gesicki a lot, I think, as a slot guy. Waddle, Gesicki, and Hill goes in motion like the jet sweep, and it's a Wildcat. You got the whole defense over there, right? Because you got Gesicki that's got the wingspan to catch anything, right? And you got Waddle that just go right screaming down the field. They're going to have to keep a lot of their defense on that side, not knowing what's going on. All of a sudden, Hill goes in motion, and who's leaving that spot?
Not to mention that it's Chase
It ain't gonna be
Edmonds in
too
the
much of that.
backfield. Not
It'll be
to
no
mention
more
it,
than 50%.
I'm
At top.
just like I'm trying to play McMichael and just thinking of stuff he's
You mean
going to think of.
McDaniel?
I mean McDaniel. I'm sorry, McMichael. Oh.
He's a Mick all the same. It's guys. You're gonna have to double team guys on this offense. There's just no way of getting around it. I don't see how teams can play anything other than zone with Mike Gesicki, Jalen Waddle, and Tyreek Hill on the football field. You just can't. There's just no way. You're gonna have to play in some kind of base zone out of the defense because you're gonna have to keep them in front of you. Because God forbid one of them get behind you and no one's out there covering the guy because they got burned or they're chasing or he trips running, trying to keep up with one of these guys that are so friggin' fast. So there's just so many options where the guy that everyone's going to forget about, like Lynn Bowden or Cedric Wilson Jr. These guys are going to find themselves with the football and look around and go, oh, fuck, there ain't nobody around me, bro. There ain't nobody here. There ain't no one.
Happen.
I'm just going. They're just going to take it out there and look around and go, oh, shit. I got the football and nobody's here. Free running. And these guys are fast, too. So
absolutely going to happen a lot.
Chase Edmonds. Oh, my God.
Can you imagine Chase Edmonds coming up on a wheel route and he just gets the ball and there's no safety out in front or a corner anywhere in sight? They're all their backs turned to him, looking at the fucking Waddle and Hill.
Yep.
And he's running the fucking way, bro. He's just
Not only that, but imagine going to a single back set and having them split out. Even if we got trips and we got one on one side and two on the other, and Chase Edmonds at the last second they try to load the box. Chase Edmonds goes out to the slot. Boom, done. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's done.
Well, look, think of
They're
it like
going to
this.
still use their speed with their running backs in the passing game. I still say we're going to pass the ball more than we're going to run it.
So I think yes, Crypto, because some of these passes are going to be little 2-yard shovel passes. Think that shovel pass that Travis Kelce gets all the time from when they're at the goal line. He just takes a step out and he goes in, he shovel passes right to him and he goes right in. You're going to see Durham Smythe.
Kelsey did a lot of shovel passes.
They get a lot of shovel passes right there inside the 5-yard line, and he just takes it and falls in. Durham Smythe going to be eating a little bit of that. And now imagine, and two, I hope to see Tua under center. I don't like all this play action out of the shotgun that they tried doing. I fucking hate that
I think
shit.
you're going to see that. You're going to see that.
I hope, bro, because the play action under center when you got, it's harder.
But he's got to be able to sell
read.
the fake like Peyton Manning. I don't know if he sells the fake like Manning.
You know how you sell it?
Under center.
It's head movement. It's going up and down and stuff. It's
Peyton
telecasting.
Manning, he holds that ball way out there and extend it and pull it back in.
But
I don't know if Tua would do it without fumbling.
It's a telegraphing where like you move your head a certain way and then you show that. If you watch Peyton Manning's big old noggin, he used to use like that.
Yeah, he was good at that.
He would fucking move it like this, and they're like, "Oh shit!" He actually handed it to him, and it caused you to freeze your feet. Next thing you know, he's rolling out to the other side and looking at a man coming across, on a slant. One of your faster wide receivers got the guy out in front of him 2-3 steps, or he looked to his second read, which is your tight end leaking out the backside because the safety's moving over the top for help. It can't be stopped if you do it right.
Chris, if you think about it, when he used to do the RPO last year, he was very good at looking like the ball was handed to the running back and tucking it back into his side, and you can't even see where the hell the ball's at. He was doing that a lot.
Under center, Tua did fine. It's just they couldn't do it because the blocking was so piss poor that Tua would come out from under center, turn around, and there'd be a fucking lineman right in his fucking
mostly
face.
It was Jackson's guy or Eichenberg's guy every time. Yeah.
Or Jesse Davis, every fucking
and
time.
Davis too.
Every
It was a
fucking
seed.
time with
Yeah.
Jesse Davis. This
Yeah,
guy.
they're in instantly on him, man. You're
God.
not going to see that. You're not. Hey, I see what you're saying, Chris. He's going to line up under center, and you're going to have either
You're gonna be able, the whole line's going to be going
you're going to have
left.
Mostert, and you're going to have Ingold back there.
It's going to be that zone, outside zone blocking scheme. Tua's going to pretend to hand the football off. Every person, all 5 linemen are going to run left. The tight end on the strong side, which would be the left side, pulls, comes back around to the right. Tua's out in front. There's a blocker to get on the trap back. If there's no one there in front of Tua, the guy can leak out in front as the dump off man. But really, the play is designed to have 3 levels to look at, with everyone going left, sucking up defensive line and the linebackers, where maybe one of the linebackers stayed put. Now you've put pressure on the safeties because everything's coming back to that side of field, and you see where the open window is, and that's when they're throwing in zone, and you just put it. Really, the play is designed that you just put the ball in the open grass, and then the wide receiver just runs right into it. And there's 3 levels of this open zone. Wish I had a fucking chalkboard I could fucking show you guys on real quick, but I think you know what I'm talking about.
Chris,
but that's how it works.
Flood concept. Yeah.
Chris, think about this:
On
where
the
everybody's moving right. Everybody's moving right, and he bootlegs left.
Well, yeah, of course. Because
Okay, and then you got Hill streaking down the sideline. Think about that one.
Yeah, where you'll see too is if he, comes out. They're showing 3 wide with Hill, Waddle on opposite sides, and Mike Gesicki in the slot, and they've got a two running back set. Then he's under center out of a power I, picks his foot up, checks out of it. Now they have 2 on each side with now Chase Edmonds spread out there, and Ingold comes in and plays, right next to him as the blocking guy. Now you got 4 wide with guys that you got to pick from, or you can just, give the ball to Ingold right up there, depending on how many yards you need, what position they're in. It really it's a matchup-based offense where they've given the Dolphins the best answers for the matchups.
It's about creating space. That's what it's all about. Creating space. Yep.
And creativity again of creating separation by designing plays that not only, adapt to your team strengths, but also, your player strengths. And it's you don't want to overly design an offense for one guy, but at the same time, you have to have packages for each one of those guys in each one of those formations. And no, these are the ways I'm going to beat these defenses. Not just like we did last year, having 3 guys in the same fucking area and their defenders are, triangling them, just, coddling themselves, waiting for the pass to come out because we telegraphed it and we can't create space to save our life. That's where McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan are excellent. That's where they were. That scheme is excellent at creating separation.
There's a way to design this offense where essentially, and this is what I'm assuming is going to take place. Something that all right, I'll just get on with it. So Tua can run 5 different plays, but it's plug and play, paint by numbers per players. So the duties of the players change on any given snap, from the fullback playing double duties as tight end and the tight end playing double duties as fullback. It's almost like a paint by numbers where you're in 4 different positions, but you can be in 4 other positions. You know what I'm saying? And it's a duty detail and a set detail where Tua now has less on his plate because he really is only running, say, these 12 different plays with different guys in them, and just where they're at on the field is just a little different. And personnel-wise will dictate matchups for them to take it to the house.
They better not over-pursue on running plays and get out of alignment because it could be housed pretty quick with the speed we got.
And if you remember, Le'Veon Bell was very patient as a running back for that exact reason. That's how he wouldn't even get touched. He would be 3 yards, 4 yards up the field, be patient, find the hole, hit it with burst, and now he would just start taking off running, and it was between him and a safety or maybe a corner.
That's because you had a safety and a cornerback covering, having to double AB. It's a big difference.
They were having to play further up in the box because AB was sideline to sideline all fucking day long.
Correct.
So
can that motion actually be a detriment to our offense too? For a smart defensive coordinator, like for a smarter defensive coordinator that can adjust to that quickly.
The only time the motion in all of this hurts, Tony, is an elite middle linebacker. Again, because an elite middle linebacker is going to recognize to not bite the run and just come straight up the gut and either A, fuck up your offensive line from getting out in front of their blocking scheme, which then leaves your quarterback vulnerable to the D end or anything like that. Or B, he just breaks through the fucking line and gets your quarterback and nothing ever happens. So really the blitz from great linebackers, if they're not picked
gotta
up,
be disruptive.
you got to make sure they're bought on the run when you do plays like that. That's all.
Which 9
so
times
like
out
a
of
guy
10,
like Bobby Wagner would screw
more
up
teams are going to respect our speed on the perimeter than they would our running back.
Kind of guy. That's right.
Well, see, that you just hit that on the head, Crypto. Because what's going to happen is you have someone like Mostert that can go can take it outside, but then you over pursue. He's gonna stick his foot in the ground and make one cut
and go the other direction, and he's got nothing but green grass. Nothing but green grass. And that really too. And you know who else I think we'll see take advantage in that point when the matchup dictates so, where they have a linebacker that has answers? Lynn Bowden. Lynn Bowden can beat Lynn Bowden can beat his one-on-one matchups. And there's literal plays designed where out of the running back position a lot, or that guy coming in motion where you know that you're going to come across and this X meets that O. That's your man to beat. He's going to have you because he's going to stay home. Lynn Bowden eats up on plays like that. Because once you beat that man,
Cedric Wilson will too.
Of course, Cedric Wilson will. Of course he will.
Hey, stacking the box days are over. It's not going to happen with this offense.
They will only do if they got cornerbacks like us. That's the only team that'll try something like that if they got cornerbacks like we got.
That's the only way. That's the only way they
Listen,
can do it.
If in week one,
they would need a secondary like ours.
If in week one, Tua shows the ability to take the top off of defenses.
Oh, it's over. It's over for the rest of the year.
Done. It's fucking done because now you're going to make the defense work 10 times harder every play.
And this is where McDaniel's additions are genius.
The very first play of the game should be 9 routes every single game. Every game, no matter what.
You should come out the second half with that 9 route. I agree on that. I don't know about the first play of the game.
The first play of the game, you have to send a statement right out the gate. Don't dick around.
Nah, Crypto. It's gotta be matchup specific, bro.
No, it's not matchup specific. You make them match up. If they don't cover it, then sayonara. I'm sorry.
As long as this O-line holds up, man.
Chris,
what's up, Tony?
I have a question.
O-line only needs 4 seconds. 3 seconds.
Known to be a patient runner like a Le'Veon Bell, where he waits for the hole to open up, or is he more of a impatient runner, where he
doesn't? Chase Edmonds really does great work outside the line and outside of the box, coming around the edging. He's fast. He's good doing outside zone. He's not an in between the tackles runner you would want. You don't want that guy taking that kind of punishment. Unlike Moser, who seems to have done some of his best work inside the tackles, because once he bursts through the hole, I would say Edmonds is probably going to be more of the third down back and a little bit out of the pass catching. He is good out of blocking, but in some instances he can't get pushed up off his feet. Yeah. So I don't know. Again, they're rotating these guys around. The matchup I'm interested to see in is who wins. Is it Salvin Ahmed or does Jared Dokes makes his presence felt?
Actually, I'll bring up a guy that we need to focus on where we're drafting. The guy Tyler Angler from BYU. He's a power back that has that vision, patience, and vision. that people want in a like that. He basically does what all the running. He can run on the outside. He can run on the inside. He can catch out of the backfield. So we don't really have to use a lot of multiple.
So if we're looking for a patient in between the tackles, taking snaps from Mozart type of runner, definitely doesn't have the Mozart speed, but the guy I'm looking at again is still that kid from freaking Florida, Pierce. I think that son of a bitch is a perfect running back.
Damon Pierce.
Yes, I think he's perfect.
His name
I think he'll be there too.
Perfect. I know he's going to be there. I'm wondering if they can get him in the
FIU,
fourth.
UF. Damon Pierce is from FIU.
No, he's from Florida.
Are you sure, Tony? No, he's from Florida.
No,
from Florida.
I looked up all the. I looked it up this morning. It's from FIU. Damien Pierce is from FIU.
I don't know. Last time I looked, he's from Florida. Pretty sure.
I'm just excited to
I'm excited
see what. I'm just excited to see what McDaniel's going to bring out because we've said it before. You know, these guys are always chomping at the bit. They have all their own ideas in their head. They save aces up their sleeve for when they become a head coach. I'm super excited.
So
this dude's had years.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Damian Pierce is a running back out of Florida, bro.
Yeah, he's from Florida.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, my brother-in-law's been talking about this guy all year, and he's a diehard Florida Gators fan. There's no. I think,
I believe his yards after contact is pretty damn good too.
And listen, Florida did not use him properly or nearly enough. The kid has super amount of tread left on the tires, and he's only 20 years old. And we need running backs because I'm telling you, it's going to be a healthy dose of needing that run game. That's how they bite for the play action pass, which, kid you not, it's not RPO no more. It's play action
successful
pass.
in a run game and to be play action pass. If they respect your run game, play action pass will work. Tennessee do it all the time, even if they're successful in running. Just because they respect Derrick Henry, that's enough to make the play action pass work. You have to establish respect first.
That's right, and that's what I'm saying, Crypto. If they can get these running backs getting up and sideline to sideline in this outside zone, it's gonna make it where there's a bootleg and there ain't gonna be nobody there until it's hitting wide open mofos. Again, it's matchup based. I don't see a defense not accounting for Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle at times, but there's going to be times where they're not. They're just not.
This is a passing league.
And Crypto, they got Brown.
Yes, it is a passing league. And I'm just going to bring out the numbers to you. Only 3 teams in the NFL ran the ball more than 50% of the time. That's Philadelphia, Tennessee, and New Orleans. Yes, those dreaded 49ers passed the ball more than the freaking they ran it. Yes.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but you still have to have respectable balance to keep the defense honest.
That's not the point. The point is, this is a passing league. That was his question, and I brought out the numbers to support his question.
Yeah, no. And what I want to do, instead of using the run to open up the pass, how about using the pass to open up the run?
Exactly, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well,
that's all I've been pounding the table for.
Crypto, that's not how it's going to work. It's going to be set
then
up.
We're going to be sitting at home just like the Eagles, Titans, and Saints.
There's a reason why they went and they got Ingram.
It's gonna show run,
and eventually the 49ers.
Your defense is gonna have to come out in personnel for a run, and you're gonna be with 4 DBs and more linebackers, and the ball's gonna end up finding its way to Tyreek Hill with all these bigger, slower bodies that are playing run, trying to chase Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle. That's how it works. So that's why. It looks like run.
No, but it's because Andy Reid don't follow that nonsense.
I understand.
This isn't Andy Reid's system.
I finally understand.
Right, it's San Francisco system.
What you're trying to say.
Francisco didn't follow that neither with Garoppolo because they ran the ball less than they passed it.
Nope.
Hey, Crypto.
About
I finally understand what you're saying.
When they face Chicago,
I finally understand what they're saying.
All about Roger Craig.
I'm talking about for the whole duration of the season. I ain't talking about
when they got in the playoffs, it was Roger Craig and Rathman, baby.
No, it wasn't. It was Jerry Rice and Brent
In the
Jones
Super Bowl,
and
yes.
John Taylor.
So look, I'm not
They
saying
marched 97 yards down the drive, systematically carving up Cincinnati's defense through the air. It was no Roger Craig on that drive when it mattered.
Rathman was a battering ram, dude.
You
Okay?
could say he was a battering ram all you want, but
He
when
was.
the drive mattered, it was through the air that Joe Montana marched 92 yards down the field.
Roger Craig was sticking his knees in people's chests. I don't know what you saw.
But not on that drive.
I don't know, dude. I sat there and saw all those games back then.
Yeah,
and
I did too.
watched
I'm
it.
talking about the game that mattered, the cream of the crop, the Super Bowl, the 92-yard drive when he scored in the end zone with John Taylor with the game-winning touchdown. Joe Montana systematically ran them carved them up through the air down the field.
I understand that, but I'm telling you what got them
That's
there.
my point. When it mattered, they went to the bread and butter, the passing game.
Well, that's not that they won't have the option to go to the air, Crypto, and they'll probably end up with more passes than runs out of this scheme. But it's going to look like a run that they'll in turn take advantage of the defense being ready for a run and throw the ball.
Right.
I get that,
That's
but I'm not going to be gaslit to the point that is the point that these so-called passing teams all of a sudden
you
overnight
let yourself
became
be
running.
gaslit, and you accept it. You be gaslit like everybody else. You gaslit. You let it happen.
He is too.
All I know, Crypto, is when they kicked our ass, they went right after Jay Brophy, dude. That's who they picked on.
So what's going to be the next? What's going to be
Which
the
was
next?
right over the middle. It wasn't
What's going to be the next mantra that Dan Marino was set up by running the ball all of a sudden? So that's going to be the next gaslighting phase. Then all of a sudden they're going to try to tell us that Dan Marino and then the Dolphins, that Dolphin team was focused on the run with Sammy Smith. Also, that's going to be
They
a
did try to
philosophy.
focus on the run. That's what the problem was, Crypto. Don't you
exactly.
remember? That was the fucking problem. They were like, we need a running game. We're like,
No,
we
they
got
didn't
Dan
have a
Marino.
running back to balance the pass out.
Crypto, if Dan Marino had a Ricky Williams, we would have won 3 or 4 or 5 freaking Super Bowls.
He didn't necessarily need Ricky Williams. He just needs a serviceable running back.
Crypto.
Gotta run the ball, dude.
You ain't got to run shit because the Rams ain't ran it. Last year they was shut down.
The Rams.
Hey, Crypto.
The
Crypto,
last
hold on, bro.
5 games of the season, Akers averaged 0.7 yards per carry. And they was limping
Hold on, bro.
on the
Hold on,
running
bro. I'm
game
with
going
you,
into
bro.
it.
I'm with
and
you,
they
bro.
abandoned it.
Go ahead, Q.
I'm with you, bro. Remember, we had the discussion before and we disagreed upon. But I finally understand what you were saying. But you need to establish a respected run game.
I get
But you
all
don't
that
need
in
to
theory,
run.
but teams are
Listen, bro. Yo, you don't need to yell, bro. You don't need to yell. I'm just saying. If they respect the run, you don't need to run all the time. They're gonna respect it. They're gonna put people in the box. But I agree with what you say, bro. It's gonna be a passing game, but they need to respect the run.
It's a chess game back and forth, everybody.
Because
they're in personnel for pass, you run the ball. They're in personnel for run, you pass the ball. That's how it works. You catch them in personnel matchup.
Yeah, in theory, Chris, it sounds like that in theory, but that's not always the case because everybody was in run personnel
Crypto,
against Barry Sanders, and they still ran the ball, and they still were successful.
Well,
so
that's my point.
Everybody was still in run defense, and they still couldn't stop them.
Because we have Tyreek Hill, we should throw no matter what.
Detroit Lions
Is that what you're saying?
did what they did best.
Are you saying because we have Tyreek Hill and
Listen.
Jalen Waddle, we should throw no matter what?
Listen,
and everyone knows we're throwing, and we should throw.
When you get to the Super Bowl,
especially if you know that that's their weakness and the pass defense is their weakness. Yes.
Yeah, but oh my gosh, this guy.
Crypto, when you get to the Super Bowl,
yes. Oh my
the
gosh, this
conditions
guy.
are excellent because it's excellent weather. When you're trying to get to there, it ain't excellent. Perfect example is Brady, his rookie year, and freaking snow didn't carve up. Okay. Oakland's defense. It was their running
Brady
game.
still threw the ball down the field to Troy Brown to set up the game-winning field goal for Matt Vinatieri. Now what?
Crypto.
Every time you come with this so-called somebody's gonna run the ball, I got another answer to tell you which wide receiver, which pass catcher caught the key catch that set up the game-winning score.
Yo, Brian.
Now
There
what?
wasn't
Now
no
what? Come on
long
with another one.
throws in any games. KD.
Hey.
Wasn't no bombs going on.
Crypto.
I'm not talking about bombs. You could systematically carve people up like
What's up,
Rich
Brian?
Gannon did with the Raiders.
Hey, how about Tampa in the Super Bowl with the Chiefs? Leonard Fournette.
More passing, once again, more
Leonard
passing
Fournette.
touchdowns in that game.
Leonard
Now,
Fournette.
Gronkowski caught
a big,
2 key
big game.
passing
Leonard Fournette.
touchdowns in that game. Leonard Fournette was a has-been.
Leonard
It
Fournette.
wasn't even matter because it said the Chiefs only
7-yard
scored
pass
9
to
points.
Gronk. 7-yard pass to Gronk and
They
Leonard
only
Fournette.
scored 9 points, so it didn't even matter.
Leonard Fournette was shredding off tackles, wearing down the defense, opening
He
it up.
wasn't wearing down jack shit.
You're
It was
unreal.
Gronkowski and Mike and Brown.
You play
No.
Madden a lot, don't you?
Crypto, that was definitely, they wore that defense down, dude.
He
They
plays
ain't wore
Madden.
It was
nobody
smash
down.
mouth. That was a
The
smash mouth
problem
game.
is y'all got this fantasy
He's so
illusion of the
biased.
1960s of running backs taking control of games like Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders, and that's America's pastime, and the game has moved on from that nonsense.
How long we have to keep
It's not
fucking
that,
kill
Crypto.
the
It's a chess match, bro.
How long we
It's
gotta
like a
kill
chess
the
I
match. You
understand that the
gotta.
fact that it's a chess match. Once again, this is a square I'm not moving off of. This is a freaking
No.
passing league, and this is not happening.
Oh, you're moving off of it.
No.
Oh, we're
Why we
gonna get him
keep
to
talking
move, boys.
football one-on-one with this guy, man?
It's still the rest of the
It's football one-on-one.
You call that a hit? Keep your head down. The top of your head is the hardest part of your body.
Thanks, Coach. Dude, that's gonna break your neck.
No, I'm gonna break your neck. Damn it, my leg.
Yeah.
Hey, Crypto,
Y'all know
I'm gonna
shit.
say I'm gonna make my argument one more time, okay?
It's futile.
The
The Philadelphia
Rams.
Eagles,
The Rams.
Tennessee Titans,
How
and
did-
New
how did
Orleans
the
Saints
Rams get to
are
the
the only
Super Bowl?
3 teams that ran the ball more than 50% of the time.
You know what, Crypto? I need to see those numbers. I call bullshit on that.
Yeah, go look it up.
I'm just
49ers only ran the ball 49.3% of the time.
They know we're
See, it was a perfect balance then.
That's not perfect balance.
You're
It's
talking
still
about
under 50%.
0.7. You're talking about 0.7 of a balance here. Is this the kind of quarterback you're looking for? Just a throwing quarterback?
How much you want to make a bet I can throw a football over the mountains?
Is that the kind of guy you're
Absolutely.
looking for?
I want my quarterback to be a gunslinger most of the time.
No, he wants fantasy points.
Hey,
That's what he
Crypto.
wants.
I
I
don't
want you
give
to
a
think
damn
about
about
something
fantasy
here.
points. He
What-
could be like Rich Gannon as long as we get the job done through the air.
Hey, I want you to
Josh
think about
says,
this.
Crypto, breathe. You need to be successful. And it's how you adapt to what the
When
team
Goff-
gives
when
you.
Goff-
Wins
hey.
Super Bowl just like Montana adapted. Not because that's all you need. Oh, Captain, you rock. Thank you, Josh.
Listen.
Appreciate it, my brother.
Listen, when Goff was going off that year and he was putting
Goff
up
was going
MVP
off.
stats, it was because he had Gurley behind him before his knees freaking went out.
Gurley
on him. And they would've
complimented
made the
what they
Super
did
Bowl.
through the
That
air.
don't matter, he says. He says that doesn't matter. Pass.
You know what,
Okay.
Crypto? We should be throwing
Pass,
the ball.
pass, run. Pass, run.
Goff put up some of the best numbers that year because he had Gurley running behind him, dude.
Is that
No,
like
he
the-
put up
is
some
that
of the
like the
best numbers
sequence?
that year because he
Is
had
that- is
pass
that like the
catchers
sequence
that know
of
how to break
you
tackles.
pass
And
first,
he's
and then you
never
run,
done that
and
again.
Holy shit.
This
is ridiculous.
no.
We'll teach you the football, won't we, caretaker?
And he had never done it again since he lost. Gurley's knees just happened to go out at the end of that year, or they would have been in the
Yeah,
Super Bowl,
let's talk
dude.
about
Crypto, you pass
last year
according to the
when
defense.
Akers got
If
shut
they drop
down and
everybody,
fumbled the ball 4 times against Tampa Bay, and the coach said enough of that
You
crap.
know what?
We're finna go through
Crypto's
the air and
not,
put these boys to bed.
not wrong. When they got away from feeding Akers the rock and forced to throw a little bit more, that's when they won the fucking Super Bowl. So I don't want to say Crypto's flipped my argument, but listen, Crypto.
what are you
I
doing,
don't
Chris?
think
Can't
I
beat
don't
them, join them.
No, I don't think come the end of the year we'll have 50.1% or versus to 49.99%. You know what I'm saying? I think we'll have.
I mean, it's
more
absurd.
passes.
It's absurd.
We'll have
if
more
the defense,
passing.
I'm just saying, Chris, if the defense is dropping everybody back and they're just rushing the quarterback with 4, you're not going to pass it.
You got the whole middle of the field open.
I
That's a
rarely
soft
think.
zone.
Here you go, Crypto. Here's your pass. John Elway, if it wasn't for a Biner freaking fumble, would have lost, and that was all running. Here's another one. John Elway, pass.
If was
And
a
he went
fifth, we
against
ought to be
Washington
drunk, but it
with that
didn't
freaking
happen.
running back that was a nobody that rushed for 200-something yards. And they
But once
kicked
again,
their
you've
ass.
given futile examples of running backs that failed when it mattered.
So what happened when?
But you're not giving me examples of in that
Crypto's
same
definitely
game
not wrong.
when John Elway drove it 97 yards for the game-winning score.
Long
Yeah,
gone
because
is Emmett
three
Smart
amigos.
running the football to the
at the
Super
1
Bowl.
yard line, or would have been over.
Hey, when Mostert
But that's what you're saying. What the Cleveland could have did. I'm telling you what John Elway did do.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
what did
matters.
he do against Washington where they ran all down his defense's throat in the Super Bowl? Nothing.
We talking about 30 years. I'm talking about what's going on today within the last 20
so
years.
Elway wasn't a gunslinger back then, I guess, 30 years ago.
I am not saying Elway wasn't a gunslinger. I'm talking about what happened in last year's Super Bowl that you try to conveniently throw out of your mind.
Hey, listen, Elway, when he was at his peak,
Was
never
Elway
did
playing in last
nothing.
year's Super Bowl?
Once he got, here's your perfect example. When he got Davis, that's when he went to the Super Bowl and went back to back, dude. When he wasn't that good.
That was the run game balancing out what he did through the air. Because if he had a crappy air attack, they would have lost.
Oh, yeah, okay. So Davis didn't do shit.
Yeah, Davis, if it was just Davis by himself without the three amigos, they would have lost.
You said balance, Crypto. You can't. No, that's not a.
Yeah,
good
Ed McCaffrey's one of the greatest wide receivers to play the game, man. Madden
Exactly.
literally wrote a
If they
glitch in
didn't
their
have
game for him.
those wide receivers and only had Terrell Davis, they would have got destroyed. The Packers would have destroyed them.
Hey, and think about that zone blocking, which we're going to do, too.
Hey, when Mostert breaks off a big run, Crypto, you better not be happy.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Because that's you keep dreaming this old pipe dream of the 30 years of yesteryear when the league has
last time I
decided
checked, Raheem
as a
Mostert,
whole, this
had
is what's
4
going on.
touchdowns in the
Once
playoffs.
again, three teams
cut
in
it
the
off. You
league
cut
only
that
pass the
nonsense
ball
off.
more than 50%
Last time
of the
I
time.
checked, in Kansas City
All of
game,
them,
Darren
all of them
Williams
were sitting
was
at
the
home,
one that helped
including the
the Kansas
Titans,
City.
including the Philadelphia Eagles, including
So
the
you
Saints.
stop that nonsense.
All of them were
Last time
sitting
I
at home
checked,
when it mattered.
last time I
Hey,
checked, when the
Chris,
They
Seattle
did not use
Seahawks
a running
did
game
not
to
run
come
the
from
ball,
behind
everybody
to
said, why
win
you
any
didn't run the
game
ball?
that was
Stop that
necessary.
nonsense.
Crypto
Stop
don't
that
care about
nonsense
The
right now.
Rams did not use a running game to beat the Cincinnati Bengals when it mattered because the Bengals shut them down.
Chris, timestamp this episode today because when we go
You're
to the
damn
Super
right
Bowl and win it this
timestamp
year,
this episode
you're going to
because I'm
remember
not
this
moving
one.
off
I'm
the
going to come back
square. You
at
don't need the timestamp.
Thomas,
So, Crypto, let me
yeah,
ask you something.
I don't
Let me ask
think
you
I need to
something,
timestamp it. I can hear the conviction in Crypto's voice. I'll hear this all year from him.
Let me ask you something, Crypto. Are you saying this team does not need to run the ball?
Yep.
No, I'm saying the run need to support the pass, not the other way around. Get it right.
Okay, but you do need to run, right?
Not necessarily.
Ron, where are you? I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Crypto, are you kidding
You can make
me?
the
Like, are
attempt.
you serious?
You just said
No,
that
you
needed
do need to
support
run
the
because you
pass.
cannot just pass.
Bro,
You need to
just
run
I'm not
to
saying that.
alternate
Don't
between the
don't
pass.
misconstrue what I said.
No,
No,
you said
no, that's what you're
don't
saying.
run
That's actually
support
what
the
you
pass.
You're
said.
saying that the
Pass,
run
pass,
doesn't.
pass is what you said, Crypto. You did
And
say
I
pass,
threw in a
pass,
couple of
pass.
runs
So
in
how
there
the
at
hell
a
you
clip
don't
of
need it if you needed
40%.
to support
You
it? Cut
said
it out.
not
You want
Okay,
to
necessarily.
see
put it
what
like this. Let
happens
me
with
get
no
this.
run game, Crypto? You want to see what happens with no run game? I'm going to show
Get
you
this
right
freak.
now.
Get this freaking percent in your mind. I said you only need to run the ball 40% of the time. Get it in your head.
This is what happens with no run game.
This is Crypto. This is Crypto. Oh, bye, Crypto.
Don't conveniently forget percent because I'm a very analytical guy.
You said no.
I said you only need to run the ball 40% of the time.
Oh Lord.
No,
Crypto,
you
just
know,
admitted it.
crypto. I think this argument is done with, bro.
Yep, he's off. He's
No,
moved
this
off the
argument
spread.
is done with because you're going to get the percentage in your head that I said. 40% is all that's required.
Regardless, you still need a run game. What you're babbling about?
That's not the point. The point is,
Our point.
you're
That
trying
is
to
the
need a
point.
run game.
you
That's
trying to
what
put
you've
me
been trying to
that
say.
you don't
You
need
said
no
pass,
running
pass,
game.
pass,
That's an
pass,
outright
no
lie.
run.
He doesn't want an O-line either.
That's an outright lie.
last
If
time
you're
I
trying to
checked,
think I said we don't need one, I
Tyreek Hill
said
be
we
running
need
the
the running
ball.
game only
Jalen Waddle
40%
run
of
the
the
ball
time.
too, and the
Get it
short
in your
pass is an
head.
extension of the run. You cut it out.
Get it in your head.
Stop the nonsense, Crypto.
Get it in your head
Oh,
because
my
I'm
boy
not buying
Crypto,
this
man.
nonsense that we need to run first, then try to set up a
Okay, so
pass.
we need to
man.
bench
I
all our
ain't
running
buying it.
backs. Just bench all the running backs.
Just
Don't even need
because
to come
I'm
to the
not
game.
buying your
Because that's what it
nonsense
sound
about
like.
what should be focused on first doesn't mean I don't need to run 40% of the time.
It's a
Listen, all I
You
know
heard
is
what I
if we had
said.
Parker, we could run a lot better because we'd have a good blocker back there too. Okay.
Yeah, keep
Something
drinking.
we got rid of
Hey,
Devon Parker.
let me officially say what's up to the boys. I just barged into the conversation. What's up, Capitan, aka my Huckleberry? What's up, Color? OG, Triple OG. What's up, CT? What up, Crypto? What up, Nick, Thomas? What up, Brian?
Yo.
Hey, what's up,
What's
chat?
happening, man?
Hit that
What's up,
like,
you?
subscribe, bro.
Yeah,
What's up,
everybody,
you?
make sure you're hitting the like.
Hey, don't run the ball, man. It don't work.
Yeah, don't
Yeah.
run the ball.
You run the ball, man. You ain't going anywhere.
Stop
Yeah,
poking
the
the bear, Nick.
Patriots didn't run the ball
Yeah,
against the
keep
Bills.
on being facetious all you want.
Tua's
And
gonna
you-
hype.
Like the
Immediately regret this decision.
You only need
Tua's gonna hike it to
70-30.
himself.
You don't need no balance.
You know
Don't
what we're
worry
doing
when you
this
go up there
year?
and play.
No,
And
don't
We're going
misconstrue it.
without.
I said 60-40.
Hey, Q, we're running without a center this year.
And if
Hey, don't worry
we
when
had
you
at
got to
least
play one.
Tua shouldn't be running the ball too.
No, we
Don't
don't need
need
a
to run
center.
it, man.
We don't need a center. We're going without
You
one.
don't need a running back too. Don't need a running in for a touchdown. He has to
You
pass.
shouldn't have signed
He has
Chase
to
Edmonds
pass it.
and Raheem Mostert.
Well, Tua should have like 5,000 yards in Crypto.
Yeah, I already predicted 4,900. What's the difference?
100 yards.
There you have it.
Don't give it to the running back. You don't need to run.
What's that? Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Listen, with the other 100 yards. For
Yeah,
Crypto,
if you try to run the ball like the
Eagles,
Eagles, Titans, and Saints, you're not going to win a game.
Just make sure
let's be
the
real.
other.
The Titans were number one in the division.
No. No what?
Yeah, they played two talented teams.
And they
Yeah.
didn't have Derrick Henry. And the last time they had Derrick Henry, they was in the AFC Championship. You
And
cut
they
it out.
even without him,
Yeah, they never win. They didn't win no championship. They
Yeah,
lost.
Derrick Henry sucks. Don't you guys
Fourth
know?
down and one, he got shut
was
down.
about to
Asked the
have
Bengals
2,000 yards.
linebacker why he
Hey,
couldn't get a
no,
first down when he
hey,
needed it.
Crypto. I'm just saying for the season, yeah, you need to keep the teams guessing. But when it comes to Super Bowl, you got to pull all the stops because after that game, there's
Yeah, ask
nothing
the
left.
Rams
That's
did
it.
they pull all the stops when they running game was shut down. Yeah, keep coming.
Yeah.
Well, you got to remember
Right.
when you're playing in a Super Bowl, you don't have bad weather.
Oh my God,
It's
who's
a
Josh
perfect situation, except for the one time they played in wherever. I mean, when they played at the Giants Stadium that time. But most of the time, the weather, you're in California, you're in a dome, you're in Florida. It's perfect weather for the Super Bowl, so of course you're going to throw it. I mean, come on, that's common sense.
No, you saying you got to have this dream. You got to run the ball 80 times and then throw it one time.
No, hey, there is a positive that comes out of it. You know what? There's a positive that comes out of it, Thomas. Thomas, we're gonna have some free capital from releasing Raheem and Chase Edmonds because we don't need the run.
No, we don't even need him.
Yeah, that same Chase Edmonds that was getting his lion's share of the ball out there in Arizona. Yeah, that same Chase Edmonds.
Wow, now we're shitting on our running backs. Wow. We shitting on our role players. You cut it out.
Why not,
Stop
Brian?
that
Why
nonsense.
not, Brian? They don't have QB1 next to their name.
Yep. I'm gonna shit on him right now.
Hey, RG,
Hey,
good day.
think of this. The Patriots threw the ball how many times and beat Buffalo?
Yeah, by 4
times.
points. And Mother Nature helped them out in that game. So stop the nonsense.
Wow,
That's the only reason why No, stop the nonsense. The only reason why
What a
the Buffalo
moron
Bills
take.
lost that game is because Mother Nature helped out the Patriots by
Only a
putting a
moron
400
think
mile
of
an
that.
hour wind
Mother
into the
Nature.
stadium.
Who that?
Josh
Who that,
Allen
bro?
can't throw the
Who Mother
ball.
Nature,
So
bro?
stop the nonsense.
Right.
Stop the
Wait, holy
nonsense.
You, she live
Mother
in.
Nature put a
realize
400
She
mile
live in
an hour
Cali,
wind
bro?
against
like
Josh
it's like
Allen
some
so
short
he
guy
couldn't be
running
effective
underneath
in
the
what they
legs
do well.
You
And
guys
they still
realize
almost won.
you realize
And they
color
still almost won. And
you
they
realize
still almost won. They only lost by 4 points in that game. And Mother
Crypto's same
Nature helped the
argument is
Patriots
the
out.
same argument with
Put
Tua
a
when he
400
had
mile an hour
trouble
wind in the
passing the
stadium.
ball in the
And they
Tennessee
barely
game.
won.
Gosh,
It's the
Yeah,
same
you have
argument.
Bionic Man over there with the Iron Man arm, and he, what's up? I mean,
run
he
the
should have been
ball,
able to
Crypto.
rifle it
Run the
through that
ball.
70-mile-an-hour wind, according to you.
No, that's not according to me. I'm saying once again, Mother Nature put a freaking windstorm in that stadium, also the Patriots could win. Yeah.
You gotta have a running
So
game
you
when the
can't
weather
depict
gets bad,
that
man.
that was all because of strategy. Because Mike McDermott didn't give a damn. He still threw the ball.
And they lost.
Yeah, by 4 points.
Hey,
Oh my God.
hey, Crypto.
You trying to
I
say he was
applaud you, bro.
sabotaging Josh
And it
Allen?
wasn't because the Patriots was running the ball.
Are you kidding
I
me?
applaud you, bro, for trying to defend your argument. But I told you, bro, it's done with. The
He
argument
moved
is
off the
over.
square.
You
Don't worry.
need to
He's
run,
off the
bro.
square.
You
Sounds
need to
to me
run.
like you
You
just
don't
Every
need
time
to
he
do
argues,
jack
he looks
shit.
more
sabotaging
foolish.
Josh.
Immediately regret this
Hey,
decision.
You don't need to do jack shit.
You don't need to cuss, bro. I know you mad right now, bro, but you don't need to cuss, bro.
Every
gotta do
time he makes
something,
the
though.
argument,
I
he
mean,
makes
you
another
realize
argument. He
you
looks
realize
foolish.
that this whole scheme is set
Dude,
up
I ain't changing
for
my character
blocking
to you.
for run. That's
Run
the
blocking,
thing.
bro.
It's a run
Zone
blocking
scheme, run
scheme
blocking.
that gets you out of
Yeah,
position to
the
take
same thing
advantage
that
with the
failed in the
ball
Super
out of the
Bowl.
pass.
I want you to say. I want
The
you to
same
say
thing that
running
failed
doesn't
in the
matter, but
last
Larry
10
Zonka's
Super
face.
Bowls.
I
No,
want you
what
to be
failed
Larry
in the
Zonka
Super
and tell him
Bowl
running doesn't
with
matter.
San Fran was he missed a wide open receiver. That's what failed.
Yeah, because that would have been the pass that would have won the game, not a run.
Nobody's saying don't pass the
Exactly.
ball,
That
moron.
would have been
God
the pass that would have won the game.
Crypto.
Not
Nobody's
saying
Exactly.
you don't
He
have
turned
to.
into a
Listen,
Not
pass.
saying you don't have to
if
pass
the
it, but you got to
N-
run it too, man.
if the NFL had 1 game seasons, that would be all right. But you got
And we keep
16
bringing up
games.
scenarios in the Super Bowl.
Go ask Bob Greasy if the run game matters.
If you want to get your fantasy points, just go get them, man.
I don't give a damn about fantasy points. I'm telling you what
If you don't
the
think
direction the
Tyreek
league
Hill
is
and
went.
Jalen Waddle is going to get some sweeps in the backfield too in the run game, you're going to be
It
an
was
idiot,
your
bro.
freaking coach that said play
Hey,
Jalen Wallace in
I
fantasy.
will tell you this,
That wasn't
Crypto. I will tell
hyperbole.
you this.
We're
So now
running
you're
the
I
gonna
will
ball.
say
tell
he
you
was
this.
lying?
Nobody's saying don't pass the ball, bro.
So you were
You
saying Mike McDaniel was
over-exaggerating
lying
it.
by saying
No,
play
we're
Jalen
saying that
Wallace
we
in
need a
fantasy.
run game.
That wasn't hyperbole.
You said in
that.
your own mouth
Take the
that
man for his
the
word.
pass
Don't call the coach a
needs
liar.
the run
So now
game.
you're calling the coach a liar. You're not a fan.
You said the pass needs
Because he
the
said
run
play
game.
Waddle in fantasy.
You
Not
said the
me.
run game is to support
Not
the pass
Crypto.
game, and all we're
Once
saying is
again,
we need the run
the
game.
coach said play Waddle in fantasy. Don't try to project that on
Are you
me.
listening? You're talking about fantasy, and I'm talking about your point.
Don't play that
That's how I know
nonsense
you don't
projection
listen.
game with me.
Hey,
The coach. Your
here's another
coach.
perfect.
I'm not
Hey,
talking about
Crypto.
fantasy right now.
Here's
I'm
another
talking about your
perfect
point.
example.
That
The
makes no
second
sense.
coming of Jesus Christ said that.
Hey, Crypto, if you ask head coaches, 99.9% coaches, head coaches,
I
except for
don't care
John
what
Coryell, that likes
99.9% coaches said.
Hey,
This
fuck
coach
that.
said
I want
that.
him to talk to
Coryell
Larry
that liked to
Zonka.
throw the ball all the time and never got.
This is just these are rubber bullets, right? For crowd control. They're hard rubber bullets, but listen, these boys ain't made out of crows.
Don
These
Coryell
boys ain't made out of
got
crows,
him
bro.
nowhere.
Yo,
Hey,
Captain.
listen, if you ask any head coach, about 99% of them are going to tell you if you can run the ball and you stop the run and you don't turn the ball over, you're going to win.
Win the war in the trenches.
Yeah, 99% of the coach is going to say if you effectively catch the ball and stop the freaking run, you can have the same outcome.
Hey, Captain.
And that happened last year. We don't need to go back that far.
31 out of 32 coaches don't win the Super Bowl every year.
Can you get Larry Zonka on here for Chris?
Exactly,
Wow, Cutler, stating the obvious.
I think Larry Zonka might come on the show, Nick. I'll work on that.
We'll get him on here for
You should
crypto.
give him a call. You should just give him a call.
Get him
Yeah,
on for
that
crypto.
same Larry
And then
Zonka
Cutler,
over
the
50
sky is
years
blue
ago.
too.
He
The
needs to
Alec
talk to
Ingold's
crypto.
the new Larry Zonka, don't you know?
There you go. And he can catch.
Yeah, keep with
Yeah,
that pipe dream.
Crypto doesn't like Larry though.
Ooh, Crypto, you don't like Zonka?
Don't put words in my mouth.
No, I in more ways, Crypto, I agree with you that it's going to come down to certain passes in certain games to win, just like the healthy run game prevents that moment from coming up. If you can run and grind out games, if you can force these guys with your run game and dictate the pace of the football game, all that stuff, this is the system they're bringing in. And when you run with purpose out of this zone blocking, the defense is gonna have to go, all right, we can't just let these mofos chew us up like this, and all of a sudden you're throwing the ball to wide open guys zipping all over the place because now they're stuck in zone. Defense is sucking wind. It's just where it's gonna go.
Sorry, Crypto.
Not only that, but when you run the ball, when you run the ball,
Because
it
at the end of the
slows
day,
down
the 49ers still threw the ball more
It's-
times than they passed. They ran it.
I mean, what is it, like 12 more times?
Probably.
Last time I checked, the last play that helped them win in the playoff with Deebo Samuel running.
No, here's they only ran the ball an additional what? They only $4.99 to us, $4.42, 50-something times, 4 more times per game? That's nothing.
Lucky
Hey,
7.
Crypto,
Yes, sir.
Crypto. I just want to ask you, bro.
So
You're
what? They
very
only run the
knowledgeable.
ball 3 more times per game than the Miami Dolphins.
Hey,
3
Crypto.
more times per game.
Yeah,
Hey,
and it
bro.
was successful.
That's it. And
It
that
was
3 more
successful,
times
though.
per game, the 49ers didn't get them jack nowhere. It got
Hey,
them
let me
jack.
ask you something, bro. Let me ask you something, Crypto. I know you're a very knowledgeable guy when it comes to football, bro. But I want to ask you, what does the run game do? Like, what is the reason for the run game?
In
Slows down
today's
the pass
league, to
rush.
balance out the passing game and to be physical toward the end of the game if you need to close a game. But you don't have to do that no more. It's not
No.
always necessary.
Would you agree when I say that the run game allows the passing game to open up because you will now have people down the box, crowding the box?
All that is
Would you agree with-
philosophical and theoretical.
No.
The same is true in
It's
the other
not
direction.
philosophical.
The same is true
If
in
you
the
have
other
a solid
direction.
running game, if you have a successful running game, they will crowd the box because they respect it. And then you
Some
have
teams,
less
they would
people
crowd the
covering.
box anyways on the very
No,
first snap.
you have less people in the backfield because they're crowding the box. They're coming down from the
You're not
back.
understanding
So it
what I'm
opens up
saying.
the pass game.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. When the Detroit Lions ran a run and shoot, they only had 5 blockers. They still crowded the box because the guy named Barry Sanders was in the backfield.
Yeah, but
They
that's
still
not the guy.
respected
We
it.
don't have Barry
But
Sanders.
it opens up the pass.
Hey, Crypto.
Yeah, in theory, it should have opened up the Lions passing game, but it didn't. They still
Obviously,
handed
if
the
the
ball
run
to
game
Sanders.
is not working, you
Right.
pass. I mean, come on, is this football 1-on-1 here?
Hey, Crypto.
Crypto's
Crypto,
cool.
let me ask you
Goodness
this.
gracious.
Let me ask you this, Crypto. How did Dallas stop the K-gun? Kept them on the sideline, didn't he?
The Dallas Cowboy had an elite defense that stopped the K-gun. They was playing the Buffalo Bills defensively. So stop the nonsense. It was the K-gun deep that got shut down by
Oh, so
Dallas
Emmett had
defense.
nothing. So you tell me Emmett had nothing to do with it?
No. Last time I checked, Dallas scored 53 points and they had a bunch of defensive touchdowns in that Super Bowl. So come on, stop with the nonsense.
Last
I can
time
go
I
back
checked,
in
the
history.
Dolphins. Last time the Dolphins
Drive
went to
for
the
drive.
playoffs is
You
when they
can't
had
go
a
with
run
me there.
game. Let's cut it
The
out.
score was 52-17.
Stop with the nonsense.
Let's cut it out.
No,
How about the
you cut
Giants?
it out. So you're going to try to go
Last
back
time the
in history
Dolphins
to
went to
pull
the
up a
playoffs is
game
when we
and
had a
try to
run
support
game
that
and it
weak
got
argument of
offensive line. You
yours.
cut it
I'm
out.
going to blow it right out of the water and tell you which drive, what cost, what won the game, and what didn't win the game.
Why we make the playoffs in 2008?
Well, obviously, Crypto, you're gonna pass in the game. I mean, nobody's saying you don't pass in the game. So your
A lot
argument
of those
doesn't even
points
make
was
You're
in the
not
sense.
fourth
convincing me
quarter
otherwise.
when it was already over.
Are you
And
You're
kidding?
not convincing me otherwise that you saying that
How
you
you
have
know
to
they're gonna
you have
stop
to be
our
like Mac Jones in
listen?
that
How do
one
you know they
that
can stop our
anomaly
run
game that
if you
Mother
don't run
Nature
the fucking
granted them
ball?
against the Buffalo
How do you
Bills.
know if they could stop our run if you don't run the fucking ball?
hey, Crypto, just look at the time of possession of those Super
Goodness
Bowls.
gracious.
Okay, that's all you
Because the
need to do.
Tennessee Titans already did it.
The Kansas City and all those other teams tried to run the ball first. The Rams
No,
tried
they
to run the
didn't.
ball first.
No, they
Yes,
Kansas
they
City
didn't.
was
did.
trying
Stop
to
it.
do that
No, they
this year.
didn't.
Yes, and they saw he was
No,
fumbling a
Kansas
lot,
City
and they said,
didn't.
"Don't do that."
They was still a pass
They
first
ran
approach.
first, and they couldn't run the ball, so they kept
No, they
to their
didn't.
pass game.
There you go, sticking with that whole lunacy of the yesteryear, thinking that that's going to work. That's not going to work.
Are you watching the
That's not
playoff
Andy
games?
Reid's philosophy.
When
No,
the
it's not.
run game wasn't working, they stopped it and they went to the pass.
No, they got Clavis here, Allaire to
Hold on,
support them because the passing game was already there.
1 second. Crypto. The recipe to win deep in the playoffs in the Super Bowl from the I don't care if it's the 70s to now is win in the trenches, rely on the defense, and
Yeah,
run
you can
and
win in the
pound
trenches by
ball.
great pass blocking and carving up
Pound the-
defenses through the air.
Pound
So
the
this whole
football.
notion of winning through the trenches,
Pound the football.
that's lunacy. What happened last year? Let's go back Super Bowl to Super Bowl. What happened last year to the running game with the Rams? Let's go. Let's go. What happened
Exactly.
last year?
They tried to run
0.9
it,
yards
and it
per
wasn't
run.
successful, and they
Deep that
passed.
it's the
Duh.
Super Bowl deep in the playoffs. Yes or no?
They tried
It's
to
the
run it
Super Bowl
first. It
deep in the
didn't work,
playoffs.
so
Yes or
they
no?
passed.
Yep.
I mean,
Yes or no? It's the Super Bowl deep in the playoffs.
Leonard Fournette. Tampa, Kansas City.
Let's
Tampa,
go
Kansas
with the
City.
Rams.
So how
how
you
many
get
yards
your
did Akers have?
last
How
time I
many yards
checked?
did Akers have?
Wait. So it doesn't matter how you get to the Super Bowl now?
No, that's not my point. That's not my argument.
Because
My
if it
argument
helps
is
you
in
get to
that
the Super
game.
Bowl, that should be
In
important.
that game, the running game was non-existent.
So
And in
Last
the
time I checked,
championship
Joe
game,
Burrow had
that
Joe
same
Mixon.
Ram team couldn't do nothing against the Buccaneers. He fumbled 4 times. And what happened?
Okay, so
They
Fournette
threw
didn't run it.
a long
So
bomb to
Fournette
set
didn't
up a
run it for a
game-winning field
touchdown.
goal. It wasn't a long
Okay,
run that set up
so
a
maybe I
game-winning
was
field goal in a
blind because
championship
Fournette didn't
game.
run it for a touchdown
Let's
in a
go back
crucial
to game
moment.
before that when the Rams played.
Last time I
Once
checked,
again,
last time I
less than
checked,
2
Fournette
less than
rushed
2
it for a
yards per
touchdown
carry.
on a
We're talking
crucial
about the
moment.
same Rams team that won the Super Bowl. I'm going to go back systematically for their last 5 games. He only averaged less than 2 yards per carry, leading up through the playoffs. The last 2 games of the regular season, the playoff games, and including the Super Bowl. Non-existent.
Crypto. I'm going to end it right here, bro. Tell me one game ever, any NFL game, that they never ran the ball. You tell me one game they never ran the ball, even Super Bowls.
You tell me one game where they never passed the ball, even if it's 3 passes.
Obviously, nobody's saying don't pass. What are you not getting through your thick head? Nobody's saying don't pass.
Hey, Crypto.
Nobody's saying don't run, so don't try to flip it and put it on me and say I'm not saying don't run.
That's what
Once
you said,
again,
bro. You say you don't necessarily
get
need
the
to
40%
run.
number in your head.
You're only listening to what you want to listen to.
Hey,
and
No, you only listening to what you want to listen to.
Well, if you was listening
Get the
to what I
number
was
in your
listening
head.
to,
You only need
you would stop
40% of the
arguing
time
because
to
what
run
I'm
the
saying
ball.
is logical.
Period.
Crypto,
End of
remind me.
discussion.
What you're saying
There's
is
nothing else to
illogical.
discuss here.
This is
Wait, who was
football
the
This is a
MVP?
one-on-one.
passing
I
league.
forgot. Please
This
remind
is
me,
football
Crypto.
one-on-one. What are you arguing? How you gonna argue football one-on-one? It's one-on-one for a reason.
Crypto.
No, it's not football
Crypto.
one-on-one. It's
Listen,
called this
I
league
gotta
has
leave you.
moved
Who won
on
the
from
MVP?
If you want
yesteryear,
fantasy
and this
points,
is
bro,
the
just
tempo
go
of
and
the
say it, bro.
offenses.
Who won the MVP last year? I forgot. Can you?
A quarterback.
Huh? Who won MVP? Quarterback. And was he watching the Super Bowl from his couch?
Okay, and the best running teams was watching the Super Bowl from their couch too. Now what? I run the team with the best running games. Tennessee and Cleveland was also watching the Super Bowl from their couch. Now what's your point? Now what's your point? Yes, Aaron Rodgers was watching from his couch, and so was those great elite running games with the Cleveland Browns and Tennessee Titans was also watching it from their couch. Now what? Next question.
No, because the quarterback wasn't enough too. Yeah, I get it.
But according to you, you gotta throw it 70% of the time. So the guy that won the MVP,
you're putting words in my mouth. Now I'm just outright call you a liar because I said 60-40. All right, get that in your fucking head.
All right, so the guy that 60% should have freaking won it. With the best.
That's not the point. Well, no, the point is the Rams threw it in that
You
quantity
need to make
and they
sure your
won.
run game is good, so that
They won.
40% that they get is good and efficient. So you stop that. You cut it
The
out.
point is, when it mattered, what part of the
If
offense
your
won
run
the
game
game?
is trash, who gives
What
a damn
part
about
of the
that
offense won the
40%?
game when
Now
it
you're
mattered?
changing it, bro. Now you're changing.
I ain't changing jack
where you're
shit
coming
because
from.
that was the
No,
premise of my whole
yeah, you
argument
are
to begin
changing
with.
shit, bro. Because you say
That
you
was
don't
the premise
necessarily
of my
need to
whole
run.
argument to begin
No,
with.
you need to run. You do need to run. It's
No, you
necessary to
don't.
have
Now you're going to outright say now you're going to outright say you need to run. You don't need to do jack shit.
Yeah, you do. Are you
You
kidding
need to
me?
run. You need to run, bro.
Okay, if you
need to
can
run.
attempt to run the ball 40 times, I guess you can put that in the need category. Okay. Now
Like I
what's your
said,
point?
tell me a game where
What's
they
your
didn't
point?
need to run.
Now that I've given you that you need you could put the need at 40%. Now what you gonna say? Still didn't work for the Rams.
Crypto.
So
It still
that
didn't work
just
for the
proves my
Rams.
point. That
The
just
previous
proves
year
my
it still
point.
didn't work for
You're
the
saying
previous
you
two
need to
Super
run.
Bowl winners.
No matter how much percentage you put on it. You're saying you need to run.
Crypto, your MVP.
You still need to pass.
Listen, your MVP.
Nobody's arguing that. We're arguing that you need
Nobody's
to
talking
run.
about you need to run 40% of the time.
So what the
Once
hell you
again,
talking
put the
about?
fucking
Like I
number
said,
in
you
your
lost
head.
the argument, bro.
Hey, Crypto.
I ain't
your
lost jack
MVP,
shit because
No,
I
you
never argued
lost.
that you
You
didn't have to
lost, bro.
run.
boy.
Be a man and accept
I
defeat,
said
bro.
you have to
Admit
run the
when you're
ball
wrong.
only
Admit it,
40% of
bro.
the time, numbnut.
And
That's the only thing I said.
Admit when you're wrong.
That's the only
Because
thing
right
I
now
said.
you're looking like a douche.
That's the only thing I said, numbnut.
Go coach
All
TV
right.
football.
All right. So I think
Crypto,
we
I hope
can
you was
all-
writing on your fucking notebook and taking
Yeah.
notes.
You better take some notes, Crypto.
What fucking notebook, numbnut? 2 squared.
2
You're gonna get off
squared.
that
You fucking nonsense.
You're gonna
You
get
piece
off
of
that
nonsense.
square, Crypto.
Yeah, because I don't want to buy into your propaganda.
Chip my shoulder that I'm sure somebody
Us
spit
needing
in.
to be a run first offense is
Just like to
lunacy.
say to all of
That's
you,
because I'm not buying
kiss
into.
my ass, you rotten mother.
He don't get it.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go home and put some water in Buck Nasty's mama's dish. Good evening.
God damn, the freaking tailgate
Because for
party
30
is the
minutes,
best thing going, Chris. Let me tell you.
Because if he was listening for 30 minutes, he'll realize nobody was arguing that you don't pass. Obviously, you're going to pass in the game.
Yeah, if you
been
was
the
listening
same-
for 30 minutes, you
For 30
understood that I
minutes.
was saying you have to win. You have to run 40% of the time and nothing more.
Crypto
If you
plays
was
so
listening
much.
for 40 minutes.
Oh my God.
That's not what you said. You
Yeah,
said
oh
you
my
don't
God.
necessarily need to run. You don't the run is not necessary needed. Like necessarily needed. And I'm saying you need to run. You need to run.
When Jonathan Taylor
Once
was
again,
scoring
what
that
part you don't get in your
touchdown
fucking
in
thick
those
skull
games,
that I said you can run up to 40% of the time, nothing more.
No, nothing more,
No,
Crypto. Every
then you're
game's got
just-
to be a 60%.
bro, if the run game is working very well, why are you going to stop it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
if
then you
it's
can
running,
hit him with
that's
the
how
play action.
Cleveland and Tennessee, how did that
just
work in the playoffs?
just dictated by certain matchups.
That's San
It's like, hey,
Francisco,
we
how
can
did that work
force the run down the
in the
field
playoffs?
all game.
What deep playoff that they run pounding the rock?
And
That's
you can
what I
talk
like
about
about-
Tua Alabama. You can talk about Tua Alabama. He relied on that run game.
He
When you
allowed
see in the
jack shit for
LSU
the
game,
4
you
elite
seen
wide
that when they
receivers
start
that he
running the
had
ball,
Hey
let him
guys,
throw more.
stretching the
What elite
defense that
receivers,
allowed
bro?
the running backs to
Cut it
get
out.
open.
yo, fellas, listen to
He had
this.
Najee Harris.
Yeah,
Cut
he
it
had
out.
those elite wide receivers that allowed
Yeah,
Najee Harris to
No,
get
he had
open.
he had running backs that caught a lot of footballs too. That's the
yeah,
thing, man.
yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Don't
When they
forget
start running the
Yeah,
game,
key
these
word, caught a lot of
listen.
footballs.
When they
doesn't
start
matter.
That
running,
was through
when
the
they
air.
start,
A purposeful
listen.
a purposeful running game with a purposeful running blocking scheme allows a play to be observed by the defense going, oh, I'm looking at what they got here. They got a loaded up offensive line. They've got 2 running backs on the field. They're obviously running the fucking football. Everybody but the man-to-man on the outside and the few corners, even the safeties are creeping up to the line ready to play run, and that's when you make them pay and you hit them with the pass. And
Somebody
that's
send
All right,
this
fellas.
guy.
Hey,
Somebody
hey,
send this
So
guy
that,
to the
yeah,
hey,
when
field.
you
fellas,
when
you
you
out of
line
queue?
up at the line
fellas.
of
I'm out.
scrimmage and put
I got
elite pass
prayer
catchers
Hold
time
on
on,
the
now. I'm gonna
Crypto.
ask
perimeter,
God to.
it's still going to open up the run any
Oh, sorry,
work in
Crypto. I
the
didn't mean
other
to do that.
direction.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Crypto.
man.
Go ahead, Q.
I'm
I'll see
out,
you, my
bro.
brother.
I'm out. Yeah, man. You guys have
I'll
a
see
good
you,
night,
brother.
bro.
Later,
Bro.
All right.
Peace.
I think when the numbers bear out come the end of the year, Crypto, we will not be a team that runs the ball more than we passes, but it'll be a team that, as far as blocking comes, it's going to be set up in run blocking schemes a lot for push off the line. Even though it'll be a passing play, it'll be a running through the offensive line. That's just how it is.
Yep.
We're gonna be trying to run the ball.
It's going to be if the offensive line,
run.
offensive line and a tight end and the running backs are all playing run, but Tua keeps the ball and passes it. That's when you catch them sleeping, and that's how this is going to work. It's going to be focused on, again, actually having great execution out of the run, because once you have that, when Tua decides to pass or keep the ball or do anything else, that's when you really start chewing bitches up big time. And then now you're out. Now you're out 10 points. Now you run the ball down their throat.
Even if they're not successful running, they're still going to have to respect our pass, and we're still going to be able to throw it on them.
Well, I agree.
I
with
just
that,
can't
Crypto.
wait.
If we don't,
Wait,
if Tua
but Crypto,
doesn't,
hold on,
if
hold on,
Tua
hold on.
doesn't
What's your
take
logic?
the top
Even
off
if we're
of
not
people,
successful
But listen,
running, that's
Crypto.
my whole point.
Okay, how about we score on our first 2 drive and we up by 2? We up by 2 points and we keep that lead throughout the game. We continue to pass, or we just run the ball.
He's gonna pass.
You put your foot on their throat and you throw the
So
ball.
that means we'll be running it more than 40%
You put
of
your
the
foot on
time.
their throat and you still
If that
do what you
happens.
I knew
do.
he was gonna say
None
it.
of
I
this
fucking knew
conservative
it.
crap. No.
I knew he was gonna say it. Crypto,
You
you play too
throttle
much
them out
Madden.
and
I'm
choke them
so
out even more.
excited. I'm so excited for the fact that
Thank
also
God that guy's not my offensive coordinator.
Yeah, thank God, man.
the
Yeah,
fact that
because
we're
you're going to be
bringing in.
blowing 14-point leads
Can
like
we
they did
send him
against
to
the
the
Raiders.
film room? Send this
When you
guy to
tried
the
to
film
sit on
room.
the ball when you had
Go
a
study some
14-point
film.
lead.
Hey guys,
That's right.
you know the people that say there's life outside of Facebook? Well, Crypto, there's life outside of Madden.
I don't even think
don't have
Crypto
Madden.
plays. Yeah, I don't even think Crypto plays Madden.
If
Well,
you
it
play
sounds like you
play
do.
Madden, he would have know some football.
Yeah,
Hey,
okay.
real quick,
You keep on dreaming.
Pass,
real
pass,
quick
pass,
side
pass,
note:
pass,
the
pass,
Lakers
pass.
fired LeBron
Not
fired
to play
Frank
that
Vogel.
crap.
What's that, Tom?
The Lakers fired LeBron fired Frank Vogel.
I seen that coming. I think we all did.
So Crypto, how do you feel back when 2008 we ran it up people's throat with Ronnie Brown, Ricky Williams? You didn't like that? That didn't work?
No.
It didn't win us anything. I'll say that much.
No,
I'll be
but
honest.
it was our
The result
It was fun.
it was
It was fun.
futile.
That was gimmicky. Team
Yeah,
wasn't even ready.
when the running back basically was the de facto quarterback, no.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
Miss me with that.
That's what I mean, though. But could you imagine that effective of a run game with a properly, built team with a QB?
They had a good running game and a good run blocking scheme then. It didn't work.
No, it worked. I'm saying, could you imagine being able to run like that with having a QB that's, say, better than Pennington or whatever?
They wouldn't need to do that. They wouldn't need to go resort to gimmicky offense if they had a quarter. If Tua was balling out like he's capable of doing, we don't need this gimmick crap.
I'm not
You
saying
belittling
gimmick.
him.
I'm just saying whatever.
Yeah, just
Yeah, it would be
I'm
nice
just
in
super
theory,
excited to see
but
the
Tua
fact
is
that we
capable
brought
of doing
Ingold
that
in
without the
for a
gimmicks.
reason.
That's my point.
no CT. We
I
don't.
love the fact that
We don't need running
we
back
brought
saying stuff.
Ingold in. Yeah, I'm trying to steer it away from that. We brought Ingold in, and I'm super excited because oh my God, we got him here for a reason, and having that running game, but also in the past game, Jeremiah and I were joking about it in the comments. If we stick with Austin Jackson at right tackle, Ingold's going to be playing a lot of de facto right tackle behind him.
No shit, bro. And I don't want to see that, dude. I don't want to
I'm
see.
kinda nervous
I don't
about
want
that.
Ingold being the ipso facto backup blocker all day long. You know, just sitting there fucking holding
Yeah.
it down. That's gonna piss me off, man. They better get
By the end
these
of the year,
offensive-
he's going to be asking for right tackle money.
You're fucking right. I need about another $4 million a year around here, bitches. That's what I'd be saying. Fuck out of here. Color, hold it down for me for a second, bud.
Roger that. So yeah,
I just missed the glory days though, Color, of Rob Conrad and having a badass fullback. And here we are. We got one who's, you know, it's a solid addition. I'm super excited for it.
I just didn't think there was any glory back then in it.
No, but the thing is they steered so far away, man. And it's like, yeah, I agree with Crypto, and yeah, it is a passing league. What I have the issue with is, man, good old fashioned smash mouth football works. Does it always work? Hell no. But you have to have a defense good enough to allow your offense to play that style. You can't have a defense that's crap and you're just trying to put up points. You're never going to win every shootout. It's just not going to happen.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing, though. In a pass-heavy league, that style is a cop-out. Our defense shouldn't have to be that good. Our offense is copping out by saying, well, we're going to run the ball, and that's all we're going to do. So defense, you got to overperform.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying I think that – no, I agree. I'm just saying the idea of, you know, finally having, instead of all this gimmick shit, we have a solid running game with the fullback and having the ability of flexing Chase Edmonds out and having the speed we do. It gives us so many options, but I'm just saying to finally have a regime say, okay, we're going to adjust the running game. You know, we're going to, you know, tend to it a little bit because it sucked last year.
Right.
Just even if it's average production, even if it's average production,
I can't even imagine
it
how
does
we got
so
9
much.
wins. You guys are so ridiculous saying everything sucked last year. I can't take it anymore. I really can't. We had a running back that rushed for 100 yards in 3 consecutive games.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, and Flores, every time he was doing good,
I wonder
Flores
where
would
he
stop
was
running the
week
damn
one.
ball.
Are we so terrible everywhere?
I wonder where he was week
somehow
one.
kept above
CT,
500. I don't understand.
He may
I really
have should
don't
have
get it.
attempted to run it to see if it was truly successful, but he didn't. Flores gave up on the 7 yards per carry because maybe in the back of his mind he didn't think he thought it was a gimmick. He thought it wasn't truly successful for some reason.
And I agree with that. I just feel like why did he get away with from it was frustrating. I'm just saying why did he steer away from it when it was working? That was the frustrating part as a fan.
Yeah, it was frustrating for fans, I'm sure.
It seemed like
I'm not
anything that
disagreeing
worked,
that
we
it,
never tried it again. We did it once, it worked. Okay, stick that in the back pocket. Save it for later.
Exactly, Thomas.
And we failed
Oh
to
my God.
capitalize. We didn't steer away from anything.
Well, see, he ran it 7 times for 49, 7 yards a carry. So why was Flores thinking that Tennessee was going to finally stop it, and then all of a sudden he said we need to abandon it?
Well, Tennessee.
Yeah, and that's where it just doesn't make sense to me.
Probably thinking, man, we need some balance. They're going to catch up.
They gave
I want to outmove them before they do. Yeah, that's usually what you do. You think 3 steps ahead of your opponent.
And Color, what I was thinking, Flores may have thought that, well, that 7 yards per carry and 49 yards only amounted to 3 points.
Exactly.
That's what he was thinking.
Yeah, but
it didn't get converted to points.
Look what they did for Tannehill, though. They
so let us run the Wildcat.
I'm not talking about what they did. It's a completely different football team with 53 different guys. Stop
Yeah,
it
but it gave
already. I've heard that so many times.
it gave Tannehill manageable third
I don't
downs.
give a damn what other teams did for their quarterback. Tannehill didn't win the Super Bowl either.
Right.
That's a terrible argument.
Downs. We were in third and long every time.
Yeah, we were third and long. That was because of people was holding like Austin Jackson and from time to time.
Yes, sir.
The ball was slipping out of the hands of our quarterback.
Wow, I seen it the same thing with Tannehill 10 freaking times when he was at Miami. So,
hey, think about this: we're running the ball successfully, and we get in a red zone, and let's go to the Wildcat.
I mean, I agree. That's where we got screwed last year. Is we could move the ball and get down there, but our drives would stall at the 30, 25-yard line, or we'd stall in the red zone and have to settle for 3. That's what killed us.
And none of these running backs was close to Ronnie Brown, so I even thought that they would be successful trying to run a Wildcat.
I didn't get the Wildcat. I didn't get it.
Our O-line had a lot of holding calls, so.
Yeah, and I just don't think Albert Wilson is that
guy. And 9 times out of 10, every time they ran the Wildcat, we gained like a yard. It was ridiculous.
Or got blew up in the backfield.
It's like, all right, let's stick that in our back pocket to use later. And I guess the damn thing got lost in their back pocket. I don't know.
That's because of Myles Gaskin was the primary carrier. He's not efficient at it.
I think we will see some passing plays by other people other than quarterbacks a few times, especially with Wilson and Lynn Bowden both throwing the football effectively in their respective.
Hasn't Hill thrown a couple too?
He has. Yeah. And they were always, I think they were always to Kelsey too, just dropping right in his lap. So
and he's been in the backfield.
And it's not as
imagine
if
him took a
the team didn't believe in the play. They practice it all week.
They're gonna have a couple of, trickery plays.
Oh yeah.
How can you, dude? How can you not when you look at the talent?
If it worked every time, and you know it.
I think we're gonna be looking at Mike McDaniel as the genius he's said to be. Anyhow, just the talent alone, him running basic offensive plays could make him look like a genius. If he just throws a little creativity here and there, which I expect all of it, and I think we all expect him to do. It's gonna be fun to watch, bro.
Chris, if the players don't execute it, we'll throw him out. We'll throw him out with the bathwater, just like we did our last 3 coaches.
Well, that's how it's done, Color. We always blame those who don't deserve it because that's what it is. That's how it works.
Hey, Chris, just think about this that we didn't have at all for the last 25 years. Is you remember we used to do those? Well, no, you were. I don't know if you were around then with Duper and Clayton. They would do like a dig route, 15 yards, dig, come back to the quarterbacks, catch the ball, step out of bounds. Yeah. Clayton used to be great at it.
Devon Best
and then he would
do it a
set
lot
that
too.
Corner up
Devon, man.
to jump that route, and then he would do a digging like a stop and go and be wide open. A play setting up the next play. You're going to see that out of this offense next year.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's gonna fall on Tua to know when to pump that and push it. I don't even know if there's going to be so much of that until later on in the year. I think early on it's going to be a lot of scheme up, simple. Someone said it before, like a paint by numbers in a little bit of a way, just to make it easy. And then once the blocking starts clicking and the line starts clicking, and when Tua is able to just hit those plays in zone, once a few of these things become second nature, then they'll start getting a little creative, working in some of the stuff. By like week 8, week 9 of the season, I think we'll really start seeing some creativity out of this offense.
Like slugger routes. Did we ever see that last year? I don't think I ever saw one.
No.
I guarantee you're going to see them this year.
And no Z routes either. There was not enough time for anything like that to develop downfield. There's never enough time for those routes.
Yeah,
I think a lot of this though banks on this offensive line play. For all this stuff to be able to happen.
So if we would have ran this scheme last year with the young offensive line, we would have got more time anyhow. That's the beauty of it. The good part is that early on, we'll be running the zone blocking scheme. where it's a play action and a bootleg or anything like that. And it's going to create separation for the quarterback to then stop, plant his feet, look up field, and even pat the ball and wait for the route to develop downfield with some of these guys that are going to create separation downfield against an opponent. So that alone is going to help with Armstead and Connor Williams. And hopefully, they figure things out with the rest of the line. Maybe when it does come time, like Crypto is saying, when we have to just do a 3 or a 5-step drop, this line will hold up. When they know you're passing, they also have the weaponry to do that. But they're going to do everything in their power to not end up in that position come in the fourth quarter or late in the second quarter where the opponent knows that you are trying to push the ball down the field. And as long as you can keep that pressure on the other side of the field when you're on offense, on the defense, saying they don't have any certainty of what you're going to do, then you have an edge. You give them more to think about, more to consider. So that's just how it works.
I just can't wait to watch this offense.
I just want to see how they're doing it.
Yeah.
I just want to see what's it going to look like with this track team. And again, I said this for a little while too. I think Tua is probably one of the very few quarterbacks that could come in with this type of weaponry and have, at least from a baseline, better shot of adapting to what they're trying to do, because he's played with a lot of talent like this before where guys are
he
this
has a better
fucking
chance
fast.
to finally perform like Joe Burrow. Now he has his weapons. Don't be scared and shy about it. Go out there and use them.
Yeah, and
he also
Mixon
has
for
Joe
1200.
Mixon. Cut it out.
Mixon
but Joe
also ran for
Mixon
1,200
didn't win them
yards.
jack shit this
Third
year.
in the rushing yards. Let's cut it out. We're to the Super
Yeah,
Bowl. Let's cut it
that
out.
helps. That helps.
Yeah, he was third in rushing yards by default.
Let's cut it out.
He didn't default.
But Joe Mixon's been in Cincinnati for many years, and they didn't go to the Super Bowl with him. They went because Joe Burrow's there. Let's be real. They didn't go to the Super Bowl because of Joe.
And Chase was balling out on the perimeter.
I mean, let's remember too, guys. It's fucking Bill Lazor. Bill Lazor's up there. The only difference, you're right, is Joe Burrow, and he got a weapon in Chase, and they figured out a way to get all the way up there.
Listen, at the end of the day, fellas, I think we can all agree. Basically, this year comes down to Tua. It is what it is. We can always say about running games and stuff, and I agree. You do need a running game, but kind of to like Crypto's point, at the end of the day, if we think that our Dolphin team is what we think they're going to be in the playoffs and stuff, you're not going to be seeing bottom feed. You're going to see Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. And in those games, I don't care about no running game or nothing like that. Yeah, it's good. But you figure those teams, let's be honest, they're scoring 28 to 31 points. You gotta go into those kind of games thinking I need 31 or more to win. Yeah, even with the defense that we got or whatever, and to do that,
are you reading Ryan Tannehill's biography? Is that what you're doing? Are you outlining it or something?
So Lewis, in
his biography,
in the ideology too of dealing with the Josh Allens of the world, the run game, and Jeremiah said it took the words right out of my mouth, and I know Brian was just about to say him.
Yep.
A steady dose of the run game keeps them bitches off the field, and guess what? It keeps them on ice. So when they do come on the field,
get bored and they throw a holding flag because
when they do get on field,
or you can throw an interception. Cut it out, Cutler.
Look, when they do get on the field, they're antsy. They're forced to throw the football on a defense that we've kind of schemed up to be good against the pass. But one of the best things about it is that this kind of punishment putting on their defense that come in the fourth quarter when the bell tolls and Tua has to answer with his arm. That defense is battered, bruised, and fucking exhausted. Now he can chuck it over their head and take advantage of them. There's a method to the madness.
This is one-on-one, Chris.
But he gets the limited amount of chance to do that.
Tell him, Chris.
Right, and I understand that, Chris. I do understand that, and that's a great point. But let's say that running game gets you from the 20 to the 20 and you're moving the ball, everything's fine. But the problem is, and we can all agree, when, like I think someone said it earlier, when we got inside the 20, inside the red zone, that's when the field shrinks to a kind of shrink with it. So if you got that running game, yeah, you're keeping Josh Allen and them on the field. But if you kicking field goals, Josh Allen and those Justin Herbert and the Patrick Mahomes of the field, they can strike in 1 or 2 plays. And
So-
you're kicking field goals and they're scoring 7. And
You know who I'm looking to be the X
my biggest
factor.
fear, my biggest worry.
You want to know who I'm looking to be the X factor in this exact scenario, guys, that we're talking about. And I was going to save this for a different show, but there's certain guys I'm looking at on this team that they've brought around as that part inside the 20, grinding out those hard yards when the field has shrunk to get in striking distance, get the ball in the end zone, put it in there.
Chase
Durham Smythe, Alec Ingold, and a rotation of our tight ends with the fullback. These are the guys that are going to come up big in these areas when they're going to either A, leak out the back end to catch the football, or B, provide the extra blocking to just straight bully guys around. And on certain teams, you're going to see something out of the Dolphins we hopefully haven't seen. We definitely haven't seen in a while, where it's going to be 1st and 10 inside the 20, and we're going to grind out in 3 plays those 10 yards and be 1st and goal from the 5, and they're just sucking wind. And you go out of a power I on an offset, and all you got to do is just run it up the gut. If you can't run the ball in from 1st and goal
Or
at the
Nick
5,
bootleg to Waddle because he caught a lot of short
or
touchdown
just
passes.
Tua just runs it in him damn self.
Yeah, he's done that a lot.
So,
that's what I'm saying. That's what
We haven't really
we
got to
need
see
that to
it.
happen.
What was that?
That we can say we're hoping that happen. We haven't seen that yet. So
Well,
that's
because Louise, we've seen them try to grind out yards with 5 offensive
No, I
linemen.
agree. No, I hear you.
I think they're just gonna have to get it right. Again, the coaching is really what gives me more hope in this, because they've brought in the right kind of coaches to try to execute this scheme and have some fucking authority with this run game. And that's Crypto. That's kind of what I was saying. I don't expect it to be more runs than passes, but it's an effective run game, again, with purpose and force that will
as
suck
long
the
as they're
soul,
effective, scoring touchdowns with it, then that's fine. You can't be
swallow the
kicking
soul
field
right
goals
out
with
of
it.
them. Shout out Evil Dead, but it'll take the soul right out their ass, bro. And then you're just like,
We can't be like Tony Soprano celebrating field goals.
Well,
I
I
don't
wish
want
we
that
made
now.
those. I wish we made those field goals in those games, but
We've seen Tua run it in already, several times.
Yeah,
I don't wanna
because
see
if
no
we're like
fist
Tony
bumps on
Soprano
field goal.
celebrating field goals off a 90-yard drive, 80 of it was running, and we still kicking field goals. We can't do it.
We heard Mike McDaniel. It's about making superstars. It's about Pro Bowls and All Pros and fantasy points. That's what he said. I heard him say it. There's a lot of mouths to feed on this offense. Think about it, guys. I know we got Tyreek Hill. He's making $30 million a year. He gonna get
That's
his
why I'm
touches.
trying to say we should be trying to be like the New Orleans Saints and their distribution of the ball. They still found a way.
New Orleans Saints are going to wish they're going to have this distribution of the football. I'm telling you, bro, this track team
they compared him to Tua to Drew Brees all the time.
I think
distribution?
Because I think Tua's mobility with running with the football in his hand, throwing the ball, is far and away superior than Drew Brees ever had. I think they're going to utilize that while he fucking can do it. He's young. Do it now. Wait to make him a Drew Brees pocket passer when he's later. Make this defense try to chase Tua after they've been doing nothing but chasing fucking Waddle all day. To hell with them. I want this defense by the middle of the 3rd quarter sucking so much wind that we've already beat them. They're done.
Yeah. Well,
Chris, you made a good point about painting by numbers this offense. You hear some of the players already coming out and saying that this offense is easy to learn.
So
Of course, it's not hard, man. This is
Yeah,
offense. I could show
agree.
you every fucking play in this offense just out of memory from playing football. It's not going to be hard. It's just who's going to be inserted in what role on this play. And the line, it's going to help out the offensive line the most because it's essentially going to be go left or go right. You know what I'm saying? And this guy, you pull or you pull. It's not going to change too much. And out of those few different blockings, there's going to be a quarterback go this way, that way, or stay in the middle, and then everyone else is going to mix up. It's really going to – it's what they should have done. It's what I expected them to do when they drafted this quarterback in 2019. It's what I was told was going to be done way back when. It never came into fruition. I thought the dude we got out of retirement – I can't fucking remember his name right now. It was the system he was going to put in, but no, that's not what he put in. He put in a more of a pro style offense.
Yeah, Chan Gailey. Yep.
Chan Gailey. He put in more of a pro style to fit the quarterback. Like they were going to fucking go to the playoffs with Fitzy, like some homecoming. It was just ridiculous. So, they really lost that rookie year with Tua. If you want to be real about it, as far as the growth in the system, I knew they wanted to build, and, it's just it is what it is. But all those plays that Tua did do where they weren't RPO and all those things, they're going to come into play. Those will be the tricks of the trade that he can keep in it, the feather in his cap, for lack of a better term, that he can go back to having done them and used them, putting it into his arsenal.
Hey, Chris, I have a question for you, man.
What's up, bud?
So, obviously, we know the success that McDaniel had with Garoppolo. Do you think that he saw Tua and was like, damn, man, I can do a lot more with this guy?
Well, I think when you look at Garoppolo and Tua, there is similar advantage and disadvantage. You see guys like Garoppolo have success in this system for the same reason why you saw Goff, and Color touches on this point. They have enough height and that on a rope little flip over the line just to put the ball over the line to make this happen. Tua has a far and away ability to use his feet with his accuracy to put the ball where it's going to be. It's a I don't know. It's kind of hard. Really where Tua will do best is always in the second year of this system. The problem is he's not going to get a chance to show us. I really wish this shit was installed last year.
Dude, I know.
If this was installed last year or the year before, we would see this motherfucker humming like he wouldn't before. But the pressure's on the young man to make results happen because to me, they're not going to wait. Just the money doesn't dictate it. If he can get them to the playoffs, even if they lose in the playoffs, as long as it was never his loss, it was, some fucking whatever, it would have to be a unanimous decision, and it could be wrong. They got to see him elevate in some ways. The pressure's really on the young man, but I think
it's almost more unfair to him this season than it would have been last season, or than anything that happened to him.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's.
I agree.
Point,
yeah, in a lot of ways, because to me, there's no Deshaun Watson may be happening. To me, if he can't answer it, they're gonna do something different. If they got those picks, they're gonna move them, and that's, I don't know, but the plan is to keep the young man, because if you could keep him and have the picks and do that, forget about it, bro. Now you're talking about a team that can not only be great but could be great for a long time.
I think his mobility and his pocket awareness is 10 times better than Garoppolo as well.
I think his just his movement inside the pocket, how he climbs the pocket to push the ball downfield. I think that's one of the best things he does is his pocket awareness and his. Look, he's put on a lot of weight. He looks a hell of a lot stronger. I think we're gonna see him, and he looks like he got a little bit of eye of the tiger. I'm excited to see what the boy does out there this year, man. It's gonna be fun because I think he knows what we all know is that this is this hourglass of sand does only have a certain amount now. It had already started, but now this is everything for him, and but he's got to feel good. Because the coaching staff, the scheme, everything is really tailoring for him to just get mobile.
Which is what it should have been from year one.
I mean, it was in some ways.
No.
It was in some.
You
Well, not
shouldn't have
not in
played
year
year
one.
one.
In year two,
Well, that's
it,
that I know, but
in year two, they definitely did some stuff, tailoring to him. The problem is, it seemed very handcuffed. It really did. If you go back and look, it's like, hey, you got a whole drive, score, good. Now don't do anything until I need you to drive and score again. It seemed very, I don't know. It's like they throttled themselves a lot last year. It's kind of fuckery, if you ask me. So,
well, what I feel, most of it was Flo getting his head saying, just don't turn it over. We got a defense that'll keep us in the game.
And we heard
that was the big philosophy the whole year.
We heard a lot of that too, and there's no denying that. That's obvious. I mean, just watch it. You can see where, okay, we're up on the points. Let the defense flip the field. Let's kick. It was very conservative when it didn't need to be.
Chris, it was even that way when Fitz was in there, because they'd be humming and they'd have a 21-3 lead, and then they would shut it down.
With Fitz, it made sense because you knew if he didn't, Fitz was going to fucking throw an interception.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So it's
they
like they didn't get off
it down even back then when Fitz was like in a rhythm and groove, and instead of mashing on the gas pedal, they pump the brakes.
Would play hero ball, and we seen him do it in Tampa the year before. So we were like, all right, let's limit that. So it made sense. So I don't know. It only created an optic that Tua either A, couldn't handle more, or B, I don't know. It really just created a bad optic. And I don't think that was the case, because in fourth quarters, when they needed something to be done, Tua sometimes rose to the occasion. Sometimes it was too little too late. But we really need to, and Crypto's right about this. If we're up 14 points and we're getting it through passes, fuck that. Keep passing that football. Put it down their throat. No more of this safe. Safe don't work. Ain't nothing safe no more. You know what I'm saying? This football game is so off the fucking rails.
14-point leads could be overcame real quickly.
Yeah, no shit. To hell with
nobody's arguing that.
I just think that they were over their heads, and they didn't. They had two guys that really didn't know what the hell they were doing. Because, Chris, think about this. When he would go to the sidelines and sit down, he'd just sit there and be talking to, Charlie Fry, and just sitting there and just – you never seen him with a tablet looking at what the defense is trying to do to him. None of that. You never saw him do any of that. Okay? So I mean – I just think this guy is going to have him more prepared. He's going to be like, he's going to be over there. All right, look, see what they're doing here. They're giving you this look. So this is going to be open over here. I think you're going to see a lot of that this year. And if he gets that, he's going to be deadly.
So Thomas, here's
teachers.
Here's what I'll say, Crypto. Hold on just a second. And with this, we'll start on final thoughts. But I'll say this: it's pretty well confirmed by every source that I have that there was a lot of coaches not speaking to each other, and there was sides taken in the season, and there was rift amongst. There's a power struggle like we've seen before. They've kept a better lid on it, but essentially, I don't know. This happens sometimes. They start clicking up. Flores thought he had more pull than he did, clicked up, struggled for power, wanted to, have say so when it comes to pretty much Chris Greer's job, while questioning the owner already at this point. That's confirmed. And it put him on the oust. And there was a unwillingness to work together from the head coach to his subordinates that he either at the very minimum okayed to hire. You can't have this kind of maneuvering in relationship. And I'm sure some years later, Flores will agree that maybe he was difficult at times. And there'll be that growth as we see out of Josh McDaniels, at least as far as his admitting to his blame and things. But that kind of shit this time, I don't see that kind of happening, mainly because Chris Greer's kept the guys around that I know he believes in. And McDaniel came with so many guys that has ties to him that I don't know, Chris Greer's got this bitch by the reins right now, and McDaniel's gonna play his role, and Embry's gonna play his, and Frank's gonna play his, all the Crossman's gonna play his. Everyone's got their fucking ordeal. This bitch is under control finally, with impending doom from hashtag Toss Boss Ross all at the same time. So this is a shit show at the very least, but at least it looks good in this way. I mean, what it would be, I mean, look, if it ain't this, it wouldn't be Miami, guys. That's all. If it wasn't all this, it wouldn't be Miami. So we wouldn't know what to think. If it was all easy sailing, no scandal, and everything was rainbows and sunshine, we would know that something bad was really coming, bro. That's when we'd be like, oh shit, here come hurricane season, gonna take the whole stadium out or something.
Yeah.
So let's do a little bit of wrapping up, guys. Guys, everything before we do the wrap up, make sure everyone that's watching is hitting the like button. It is how you help the show. It's one of the best ways to help the show, to hit the like button. And subscribe to the channel if you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter. Come over to YouTube, subscribe, and check out all the great content we have here on all the channels. Tonk 7 TMI Tuesdays, live at 9. With color commentary on there with him. Right after that, you guys can catch Open Mic with Mike on the Mic. Catch him again with Drop the Mic on Saturdays. Late night color commentary on Thursdays, Getting With It color. And every other night, you can catch the Fins Tailgate, El Capitan style. Hashtag TFTG, guys. Trying to get that going. Maybe it'll trend one of these days. But Cash App, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate to support the channel. Also through Fanatics, you can support buying gear, and we have our own gear in the link in the description. Super chats live, help the show. Final thoughts, guys. Let's start with you, Nick. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, first off, thanks for letting me on, man. This was awesome. Just hope for the best, I guess, and everything looks good on paper. You know, we got the weapons, and we've committed to our quarterback, which, you know, I'm pretty happy about. So Fins up, baby.
All right, Nick. Appreciate it, my brother. We'll see you next time, man. That's awesome, Q. We hit 1,100. Awesome. It's great. Go ahead, Thomas.
Well, I'm going to go the opposite of crypto. We're going to run the ball to set up the throw, and we are going to wear the defensive line down to where it's the pass rushers are going to be sucking wind in this heat. And then we're going to go over the top. And we won't have to worry about getting in the red zone. And when we're in the red zone, we're going to actually use the Wildcat, and it's going to work compared to getting 1 yard.
Thomas wants that Wildcat, boy. I'll tell you what, Thomas, are you waiting for that Wildcat or what, bro?
I'm telling you, this is going to be exciting, Chris. It's going to be an exciting season. I can't freaking wait, dude.
I know it, man. I know it. I can't wait either, dude. All right, Thomas. We'll see you
Thanks
next time.
for having me
brother.
on, Chris. Thanks.
Later, brother. Crypto, I know you don't like running the football, but again, I agree with Thomas. It's a run to set up the pass when this team kind of used the pass to set up the run often, and we haven't had very much success. And
because
also
of the personnel.
Well, yeah, but literally the personnel in the coaching department runs an offense that it uses the run to set up the pass. So again,
That's because
we definitely
they have the personnel to fit that.
Yeah, but
it's totally
saying
different.
the coaching scheme is to run to set up the pass is what I'm saying. That's what's coming.
But the problem with that is you ignore clearly what the coach said. His coaching philosophy is to adjust to the personnel that's on his team and the talent on his team. The threat of this team is passing, and that's what he'll do. That's what people tend to keep overlooking, that statement clearly that came out of the coach's mouth. His philosophy is coaching talent, he adjusts to the talent that's on his roster. He was adjusting to the talent that was on San Francisco's roster. That's what made him good there. And what's going to make him great here is adjusting to our pass first, a threat in our passing game here.
So, Crypto, again, adjusting to the talent, I don't think it behooves this team to be looking for, long developing plays downfield with Tua as the quarterback, even with the personnel.
It's not long developing. He can catch a 15-yard in cut and take it to the house. He did that in the playoffs. Tyreek Hill did.
How are
that
you
wasn't a 65-yard touchdown. He caught a 15-yard in cut and took it another 45 yards.
Okay, yeah, but how do you think
you mean to tell me Tua can't throw a 15-yard in cut?
That 15-yard in cut was brought and happened because he had single high safety. And the reason they were playing single high safety is because they had been running the ball and had to load the box to where once
Tyreek running the ball in that game.
It doesn't matter. They still forced him in. They still forced him in single high safety, whether it was little passes here and there or shovel pass, whatever.
But that was the defensive coordinator's dumb decision to do that. That wasn't because of
why they did it.
Clyde Harris-Hilaire.
But you're going to force a team to get single high, because if not, and they're running two high safeties, you just run the football because you just on simple.
Yeah, they running two high safety. He still outran the secondary.
So pass, and then pass again.
No, I'm talking about the touchdown that scored. Josh Allen came back and scored his touchdown. That wasn't the Buffalo Bills' great running game. That was the reason why Josh Allen was that. He threw 201 yards to an unknown wide receiver, Davis. He caught 4 touchdown passes. That wasn't set up because of the running game. It just simply Kansas City secondary was inept and couldn't keep up. So guess what Josh Allen kept doing? Kept punishing them.
Well, it's obvious Josh Allen never had a run game. I mean, it's obvious Josh Allen never had a run game.
I mean, the whole system. The system.
You don't need. What I'm saying. If
he didn't make the
playoff
too, just like the same argument that you made for 49ers, the same argument you made for the Titans, they were not in the playoffs. Cut it out. There was a Super Bowl. Cut it out.
I'm talking about I'm talking about the whole Josh Allen against
Josh Allen, who doesn't have a run game and
when
always pass, didn't make the fucking Super Bowl.
That's because of his defense. It's not Josh Allen's fault that his defense can't stop Mahomes.
No. You said my run, you said Titans, you said the other teams, they didn't make it to the Super Bowl, so their strategy doesn't work. But Josh Allen has no fucking run game, and he didn't make it to the Super Bowl. You cut it out.
Okay, that's fine. Only 2 teams can make it to the Super Bowl.
Fournette had made a rushing touchdown in the playoffs. Let's cut it out.
Yeah, Lawrence Fournette, but he had 3 elite wide receivers that's ranked number 1 in the league.
Who's third in rushing yards.
The Tampa Bay has 3 elite wide receivers that's ranked number 1 and all wide receiver groups in football. Now what? Once again, you got to keep bringing up these loose arguments about a running game, a fictitious running game, when ultimately in that same game, the example that y'all trying to bring up, it was the pass catching that won it.
So crypto, early on, early on, coming out with
Chris, can I ask you a question before you say that?
Go ahead, Brian.
So in the Seahawks, in that game, when I think Russell Wilson had threw the ball and they said they should have ran it.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, nothing. I don't know. I was just saying something out of the ordinary.
But that's the beast, as everyone knows that was always a bad move. But crypto here
a scenario.
Here's the deal.
Because last time I checked, crypto said you don't need no run game.
Last time I checked, it was Tom Brady that won that game, didn't he?
Crypto, really simply put, is this.
Once again,
because they didn't run the ball.
Tom Brady won that game.
Really, the defense won that game,
and it was
a bad play
the
call
defense sealed it. But but in the previous game, where Tom Brady threw 500 yards, but it was Nick Foles right behind him with 400 yards passing.
Easily put is
they
this.
Schemed. Yeah, the play call was the scheme for the pass. They thought the coach was so dumb. He said, "All right, let me bet on it because I can't stop the run." You cut that nonsense.
No.
Yes.
The fact of the matter
remains, that's why he made that play. That's why
the fact of the matter remains. He threw it. A touchdown would have won it if it wasn't for Malcolm Butler that picked it off. It was a great second. It was great defense.
I'm talking about the play call when Russell. I'm talking about Russell Wilson.
Yeah, but still, it wasn't even a play call. That was great defense on that play. It was a great cornerback play that jumped the route that knew the play call.
Yes, because they scheming for a pass and not for a run. That's what I'm saying.
Who was to say the Patriots weren't going to stuff them on 4 straight running plays?
They haven't been doing it.
It was unlikely, but still, who was to say that wasn't going to happen?
So look, easily put, crypto, is that early on with the new additions on offense and the shuffling with right tackle that I think we'll see, and getting cohesion with the new pieces on the line and everyone having a forceful run game early in the season in Miami with all the heat.
40-60.
It's just going to help.
That's my mantra. 40-60. That's my mantra.
I think you're going to see more
nothing more, nothing less.
Like
the Super Bowl champions.
It's whatever the defense, whatever the game.
Let me just quickly go over what the Super Bowl champions just recently did.
31 runs and 32 passes.
The Super Bowl champions of your Los Angeles Rams ran the ball only 40.9%.
Mostert is having that 4-touchdown game in the Packers.
The ball 59.1% of the time. Once again.
Listen,
they didn't need it.
Maybe Waddle's Cooper Cup this year.
Why are we trying to hide the best of our offense just for the sake of balance?
What if I told you
I don't get it?
If Raheem Mostert is having a game
it's scheme,
with
bro.
4 touchdowns like he did in the Packers game, you're not going to stop
for the sake of running the game. Just for the sake of running the ball. More than we're throwing it. We're not running the ball more than we're throwing it. That's not happening. Because San Francisco never ran it more than they threw it.
Damn, Matthew says our owners are racist. Damn,
I don't know where that come from.
I don't know, Matthew. I think that's Matthew. I think he's a Jets fan.
Yeah,
I don't think that's true, man. I mean, he's been more diverse in his hires than any owner that I've ever seen, other than like
he got enough problems. Nobody want to go to the Jets. Tell him knock it off.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody get him, Brian. Nobody wants to go to the Jets. All right, guys. We're gonna close it down. We'll pick this conversation up tomorrow.
I'm just saying, my new mantra now is 60-40.
I would give you a last thought, Brian, but I know where you stand, my brother. We don't need a last thought because I'm gonna hear from you tomorrow. What's up?
Crypto, you said 60-40. I hope when you go to the film room that change. Because if you watching film, you would know that's not 60-40.
I'm saying it's 60-40 because your Super Bowl champions last year has done it. It can be done.
If Raheem Mostert is having a game like he did in the Packers game, you're not going to stop running the ball. Let's cut it out.
If it was a fifth, we all would be
4
drunk.
touchdowns.
But that's hypothetical.
You're not going to stop running the ball.
Raheem Mostert is going to have that same effect.
Why would you stop running the ball?
If it was a fifth, we will all be drunk.
If the run game is working, why we stop running the ball?
If the run game was working, because he knew that was a farce.
Answer my question.
7 yards per
the
game.
Run game is working,
7 yards per carry was a farce against Tennessee. Why did he stop running the ball? Because it only produced 3 points. That's why. It's not producing points. You can't just say I'm going to run the ball if it's not producing points.
Is working. Quick question. Working. Why you stop running the ball?
If it's not producing points.
Well, no, he said it's working though.
Oh my goodness!
Working means is he getting 7 yards per carry? That's his definition of working. That's what happened in Tennessee.
7 yards per carry, eventually you're going to 7-yard carry your way right into the end zone. That's what working. I mean, look,
but it didn't happen.
Like Aaron Jones and Dylan didn't rush for the touchdowns after rushing to the red zone. Let's cut it out, bro.
Aaron Jones, they only scored 3 points in that game.
I feel the need.
I'm not talking about that game.
Green Bay lost.
Color, where do you sit on all this?
About run and pass?
I mean, just the madness.
It's a passing
I'm with
league,
crypto,
man.
actually.
No shit.
For the most part, yeah. For about 80% of it, yeah.
No shit.
Because crypto likes to list every pass play. Of course, they're gonna pass.
I'm not listening to every pass. You're not getting me. I'm saying, once again, 60-40. Get it into your head. Like I kept pounding the table about Devontae Parker.
Do that. It depends on whatever the game is.
That's the only requirement.
You got a game plan.
Everybody's been totally
straw man
and Mott and Bailey and crypto all night. He's basically just saying we got to be pass heavy. That's all he's saying.
That's it. But
that's all I'm saying.
No crypto, no passing the football. We're running it every play.
Right. They like I'm saying we 100-0. That's what they try.
Damn it. Oh, fucking damn it.
You plan according to the team you facing.
Damn it.
Okay, and if the team says you're playing against the Buffalo
the
Bills,
first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna try to run the ball.
that's weak against. If you're passing, playing against a team that you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that's ranked in the bottom tier of the league in the secondary, why would you even bother trying to run the ball?
Are you listening to what I said?
What you say?
Oh my God!
You saying just run the ball?
Did you just listen to what the hell I just said?
You just said we got to run the ball regardless.
No, I said according to the team you're facing.
Okay, then what? And it's going to be a lot of teams.
But we're always going to try to run the ball first.
What's wrong with trying to pass the ball first if that's the strength of your offense? Ask me that. Answer me that. If the strength of your offense is passing, why is that a problem? Why is it complicated?
And Chase
what if I told you, Crypto, the strength of our
offense? Okay, answer me this one, Brian. Is Raheem Mostert a better runner in the running game than Tyreek and Waddle combined passing? Yes or no?
Run. Let's cut it off. Let's cut it out, bro.
No, you're not answering the question.
You want Alabama
Mostert and that running game is better at running than Tyreek Hill and Waddle at pass catching. Which one is better group? Our pass catching as a group together or our running as a group?
Okay, how about the team that's worse than run?
Who? No, you're dodging the question.
No, because
I'm trying to establish with you that what is the strength of this offense?
We don't run the ball?
I'm trying to establish what is the strength of this offense.
No. Listen, because you said 60-40. And how about it's a team, their run defense is terrible.
The reason why I said 60-40 because the strength of this offense is the passing game.
60-40.
Well, don't you understand? It's easy. By definition, I'm going to choose passing because that's the strength of the offense.
They're the worst.
That's why I gave it that percentage. Regardless of the defense. Listen, Chris, you understand. The strength of the Lions, Detroit Lions' strength was running. So they was more like 70-30 running. Why would they come out and try to pass the ball?
They ran the ball because they needed to run the ball because they had deficiencies.
No, they ran the ball because a guy named Barry Sanders was in their backfield.
Okay,
let's not get complicated.
Last year.
I'm talking about the Barry Sanders line who was 70-30 and they're running
ran the ball because you have Barry Sanders and you feed the rock to the guy that's going to take you to have your best chance to win. That's all it came down to. Lucky Seven makes a good point.
You put the ball in the playmaker's hand that give you a greater percentage of success.
Last time I checked, Patrick Mahomes had Tyreek Hill in that Super Bowl game versus the 49ers. Darren Williams was running the ball. Let's cut it out.
Yeah, he ran the ball, 15 times?
Anybody that saw that game would say Darren Williams was supposed to be MVP.
Damian Williams was damn near MVP. It was Damian Williams that took that game to the fucking house.
So, Crypto, stop with the nonsense.
Listen, again.
It was Tyreek Hill and it was Kelsey that caught game-winning touchdown.
And they have Kelsey. We don't have no fucking Kelsey. And they had Tyreek Hill. So let's cut it out.
Kelsey is
Durham Smythe and Hunter Long is our Kelsey right there. All right, guys, listen, we're gonna do this again tomorrow.
But it takes 2 people for one.
They will pass Kelsey.
All right. We done. It's 4 hours. Done. Guys, make sure you like, share, subscribe. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man.
60-40.
60-40 to Crypto.
Hashtag 60-40.
No. Hashtag TFTG.
Tyreek Hill is no longer a cigar store mannequin.
Go to the film room, bro. Go to the film room.
That's what you guys are hoping that Tyreek Hill will become Devon Best.
Go watch film, dude.
And
go watch Joe Mixon highlights. Go see what a run game looks like.
Yeah, Joe Mixon was sitting at home